Chapter 1151. Yang Qin said that the effect of the last pill was more violent, which the cultivators could understand. Although it was a good thing for Mu Mingyuan to ascend within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, it was not necessarily a good thing. Everyone knew that no matter what, the cultivation base that relied on external things was always not as good as the cultivation base that was cultivated by oneself. Therefore, no one would use this method unless it was a last resort. However, not everyone had absolute certainty that they could ascend. Those who could resist the heavenly tribulation, those who did not have much certainty before the tribulation, or those who encountered a bottleneck and could not break through, and their lifespan was already insufficient, the 100-year pill for them was the key to saving their lives. Suddenly increasing 100 years of cultivation base, no matter from which aspect, was a great event. Increasing confidence, increasing ability, when necessary, it would give the person who took it an extra life. In particular, the effect of the 100-year pill could be accumulated, which was even more amazing. Taking 100 years of cultivation base, if it was not enough, then take it again. In theory, what happened to Mu Mingyuan could happen to everyone. As long as there were enough 100-year pills, then as long as one was a cultivator, they could ascend without a doubt. If the cultivation base of the state of mind was insufficient, wasn't there still the questioning inner heart pill to make up for it? Even if it couldn't make up for everything, at least it could make up for part of it. As for the others, when they arrived in the spiritual world, would they be afraid that there would be no master to guide them? At this time, Yang Qin had become a target in the hearts of countless people. Of course, it was inevitable that he would become the target of more people. If people were only coveting the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill before, now those people could not wait to directly grab the pill recipe of the 100-year pill. Such a heaven-defying pill. How could it be in the hands of one's own people? Even if Yang Qin were to refine pills for others, how could he be at ease when refining pills for his own people? Not to mention anything else. At least the Taishaman had such a thought. It had to be said that Yang Qin had indeed shocked the Taishaman in recent years. From the heaven-seizing pill, to the questioning inner heart pill, to the inner sensing pill, and to the 100-year pill, it was more and more shocking. At this time, Sect Masterly wished he could go back to the past and directly burn the bones of the guy who dared to throw Yang Qin out of the sect before he could speak. With such a disciple, the Taishaman who came to join first were thrown out abruptly, and Chunyang Palace took advantage of them. Such an experience made the higher-ups of Taishaman grit their teeth every time they thought about it. The guy who was in charge of recruiting disciples back then had been punished time and time again. However, no matter what he did, he could not quell the anger of the Taishaman's higher-ups. He could only vent his anger by being punished by the higher-ups again and again. Naturally, Taishaman also sent a representative to Chunyang Palace to discuss the matter of the centenary elixir. Mao Qi didn't want to deal with Yang Qin for a long time. This time, the senior management also sympathized with his mood and directly replaced him with another elder of the Deshang stage. The elder sent by Taishaman this time, Tao Junkie, was a woman with a strong cultivation base, but there was a slight deviation in her cultivation. She had been stuck in the bottleneck of the late Deshang stage for hundreds of years. Originally, this elder Tao Junkie already had a middle-aged appearance, but after taking the appearance pill from the Wanbao Tower, she still restored her youthful and beautiful appearance. This time, she not only wanted to reach an agreement with Chunyang Palace to purchase the centenary elixir, but she also wanted to establish a further relationship with Yang Qin. Speaking of which, Elder Tao Junkie could definitely be considered as an expert with good aptitude. She was once a famous fairy, but she had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few hundred years, so outsiders had gradually forgotten her name. His splendid outfits immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Taishaman sent a representative. The Five Element sect and the Qinkuan sect were also not willing to show weakness, especially the Qinkuan sect. This time, they directly brought another female disciple of the sect who was as famous as the Cold Plum Fairy and the Dancing Snow Fairy, Shi Wushuang. Fortunately, the Qinkuan sect did not directly propose to Chunyang Palace to marry Yang Qin, but their purpose was already clear. The appearance of the Greenwood fairy Shi Wushuang was not worse than that of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, but she did not have the opportunity to contact Yang Qin. He believed that as long as they could get to know each other and get along for a period of time, it was not impossible to snatch Yang Qin from the hands of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. Other small sect leaders could not pay attention to them, but the people of Taishimin, the Five Elements sect, and the Qinkuan sect must be paid attention to. The representatives of these three sects were settled in the mountain gate of the Chunying Palace, and the reception was very high. Of course, fortunately, a large number of core disciples of Chunying Palace were now practicing in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave. The temporary strength of Chunying Palace did not attract the special attention of the representatives of the three major sects. Now everyone's attention was focused on Yang Qin. Yang Qin was indeed in seclusion now. Yang Qin had already come up with a refining method when he was in the mortal world, but he had not yet put it into practice, so he must experiment. Of course, the experiment must be the small demonic beads purchased from the demon continent. Yang Qin still had a lot of these things, just to experiment. This was the first time that Yang Qin had refined a medicinal pill that was not in his own memory after his rebirth. For this reason, Yang Qin had just considered it for hundreds of years. The monarch, minister, assistant, the conflict of various medicinal materials, the control of the fire, he had already had a preliminary concept before he started. Fortunately, there were the dregs and tips in the medicine nourishing gourd. Yang Qin had practiced a lot later and had a considerable understanding of the medicinal properties of various medicinal materials. This time he experimented with refining the 100-year pill. After only 5 experiments, he had already touched the doorway and began to determine the pill recipe. After several more experiments, Yang Qin had completely determined the pill recipe. When to add what auxiliary medicine, what kind of fire to control, when to add the demonic bead, it was completely determined. The profound spirit furnace had become stronger because it had absorbed twice the demonic fire before. When Yang Qin finally formed the pill, he directly got the second grade 100-year pill. Even Yang Qin had a hunch that if the profound spirit furnace could absorb the 6th and 7th grade fire seeds, he could directly refine a 3rd grade medicinal pill. Even if it had not reached the 3rd grade, the medicinal effect of the 2nd grade 100-year pill was already very strong. According to Yang Qin's calculation, with such a large amount of medicine, the 100-year pill should be able to increase the cultivation base of the consumer by 100 years. But now, after Yang Qin's spiritual awareness exploration, it was initially estimated that it could increase the cultivation base by about 150 years, and the medicinal effect was stronger by 1.5 times. This was the first time that Yang Qin had created a medicinal pill by himself, and the pill recipe was also his own original creation. The successful refining of the 100-year pill, Yang Qin was even happier than the successful refining of the questioning inner heart pill. However, as soon as he came out, Yang Qin found that he had to face a lot of women. Chapter 1152. Yang Qin did not expect that he had married 4 wives, but he was labeled as a lecherous person from the bottom of his heart, and then they used such a method to deal with him. It may seem a bit excessive to say that they dealt with him, but it was more appropriate to describe it as pleasing. The only 5th grade alchemist, plus the questioning inner heart pill and the 100-year pill, was enough to make anyone who was not confident move. Of course, when Yang Qin came out, he did not see these guests, but his own wife, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. The 2 women now lived together with Yang Qin, and their servants were also together, responsible for serving the 3 people's daily lives. The place where Yang Qin retreated was the Dragon Palace that had been transformed into an ordinary house, and the 2 women could go in to cultivate at any time. As for others, they did not have this blessing. Many people came to ask for pills. Yang Qin just asked about this, and there was no surprise. A lot. Gao Yu smiled and nodded. And there are unexpected surprises. What unexpected surprises? When Yang Qin asked again whether it was Gao Yu or Gong Sunling, they no longer answered, but a burst of laughter, very mysterious. So, after Yang Chen met the head of the palace and the elders, he was brought to the representatives of these sects. Looking at a group of beautiful female cultivators, Yang Chen could not help but stare. In fact, the agreement with the sect has basically been reached by the head of the palace. It was still according to the previous discussion with Yang Chen. The 5 major sect would each get 50 pills, and some other first-class sect, with a good relationship with Chunying Palace, each sect would temporarily get 10 pills, and it was hard to say if the relationship was bad. However, the price of all the 100-year pills must be based on the highest price of the first 10 auctions in the auction house of Wanbao Tower. Except for the 100 pills of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, which were obtained at the most favorable price. Even if the Taishaman wanted medicinal pills, the price tag must follow this procedure. It was not that no one had tried to buy the Wanbao Tower. As long as everyone worked together and did not raise the price during the auction, they might be able to get the tower at a higher price than the reserve price. However, as soon as he said this, he was scolded by people who knew what was going on. Are the people of Chunying Palace fools? As long as they arrange for one person to participate in the bidding, how many times will the price increase? He didn't care where his saliva was flying to. Auction honestly don't play any tricks. If you provoke him, what if he doesn't sell? With just one sentence, all the fellows who had evil thoughts about auctioning were all blocked. Now the initiative was in the hands of Chunying Palace. They could do whatever they wanted. The current Chunying Palace was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched by anyone. If it was the previous Chunying Palace with only 8 Yuanying stage ancestors, not to mention a big sect like Taishaman, any first-class sect could directly destroy Chunying Palace and then grab Yang Chen along with the medicinal pills. But now no one dared to use this brain at will. Now in Chunying Palace, there were hundreds of Yuanying stage ancestors, and the number had exceeded 400, which was not counting the endless Deshang stage masters. There were already 5 of them on the surface. Who knew how many were in the dark? Even if there were no, Chunying Palace had the 100-year pills in their hands. If they found that they were not a match, as long as they made a little determination, they could turn more people into masters of the Deshang stage. This was not counting the alliance relationship between Chunying Palace and the Blue Cloud sect of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even if there was no Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, there were always countless people who wanted to make friends with Chunying Palace who would take the initiative to come forward. They were worried that they couldn't find a bond to get closer to Master Yang. Some people dared to do this, which was the biggest opportunity for these people. So far, dozens of heads have been sent to Chunying Palace. After the news of the 100-year pills came out, they were the heads of the guys who wanted to harm Chunying Palace and Yang Chen. And among these heads, there were gifts from several major sects. Greetings, Master Yang. When they saw Yang Chen, a group of beautiful sect representatives all greeted him, which made the reception disciples of the Foreign Affairs Hall of Chunying Palace, who had never seen such a scene, stunned. A group of all kinds of beauties, and they were all famous beauties in the mortal world, gathered in front of Yang Chen. If a certain lecherous king in the mortal world knew about it, it was not known how he would envy Yang Chen's luck with women. Little sister Tao Junkie, this is a gift from my sect to Master Yang. Tao Junkie took the lead and presented a jade slip and a chinquan bag with both hands. Negotiating with the head of the palace was a matter between the sect. This was purely a reward for Yang Chen, although this time Yang Chen did not intend to receive any specific reward. However, Tao Junkie, a Deshang stage elder, actually called herself a little sister in front of Yang Chen, which made the women of other sect despise her. When Tao Junkie's things were delivered, the other beauties did not hesitate to send the same thing. One by one, they were more and more intimate, and even Brother Chen was called out without hesitation. Basically, Everyone took out a jade slip and a chinkuan bag. The chinkuan bag contained the reward, and on the jade slip were the conditions offered by the sect. This was the meaning of Hall Master Su. There were so many people here. Naturally, it was not good to say it one by one. In this way, it was also a way to express it. It was very similar to the project bidding in the later generations, but here it was only for Yang Chen's benefit. Yang Chen already knew that in this regard he accepted the jade slip first. As for the chinkuan bag, no one took it. If he took something, it meant that the transaction was reached. Yang Chen would not make such a mistake. However, when receiving these jade slips, some female cultivators even secretly and deliberately put their jade hands on Yang Chen's hands. The meaning of seduction was very obvious. This was still a slightly reserved performance. A few of them could not pretend to be careless and directly throw themselves into Yang Chen's arms, coming out of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Even if Yang Chen had the memory of a great principal, golden immortal, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. So many women, such a big battle, the average person was really not necessarily able to control it. How do you feel? Isn't it good to be a heartthrob? Hall Master Su next to him could not help but tease Yang Chen. It seemed that he was happy to see Yang Chen's embarrassed appearance. A tall tree catches the wind. Yang Chen shook his head helplessly with a look of lingering fear. Although Yang Chen had expected that the appearance of the 100-year pill would cause a sensation, it was inevitable that it would be pursued by the sect. However, Yang Chen had never thought that the fact that he had 4 wives would also be regarded as the evidence of his lust, and all of them began to have ideas about him from this aspect. Chapter 1153. The conditions offered by each sect were nothing more than to get more century-old dawn from Yang Chen, and they were willing to pay the price for it. This was Yang Chen's own idea, but he still underestimated the other people's desire for a 5th-grade alchemist like him. From reading those jade slips, Yang Chen found that at least hundreds of sect expressed their admiration for Yang Chen, hoping that he could come out of Chunyang Palace and join their sect. Among these sects, there were Taishimin, 5 Elements sect, and Chinkuan sect. There were also hundreds of first-class sects. Betrayal was a big stain in the cultivation world, but all the sects' tone was the same. So Yang Chen didn't have to worry about this small problem. As long as he was willing to join their sect, all the follow-up problems would be solved by these sects. As for the smaller sect, it was estimated that they knew their own business, so they only asked for a century-old dawn and didn't mention anything about Yang Chen betraying their sect. As for the Taishimin, 5 Elements sect, and Chinkuan sect, in addition to inviting Yang Chen to join their sect, made another request. If Yang Chen didn't want to betray his sect, then he would ask to buy the century-old dawn. Anyway, Yang Chen had sold the century-old dawn before, so he wouldn't refuse this time as long as the price was enough. Of course, the price that each sect was willing to pay was really tempting. All kinds of wealth and status were available. In addition, there was a condition that made Yang Chen dumbfounded: beautiful women. Each sect was willing to use the best female disciples of their sect as the price in exchange for Yang Chen's cooperation. Among them, the 3 big sect, Taishimin, 5 Elements sect, and Chinkuan sect, were the most generous. In the future, Fairy Greenwood would become as famous as Fairy Cold Plum and Fairy Dancing Snow. She was also one of the few experts in the Chinkuan sect in the Immortal world. Like Sun Qingxue, Fairy Qingmu also had a wood attribute spiritual root, which was also close to full value. It could be said that whether it was in terms of cultivation, appearance, or future achievements, she was comparable to Sun Qingxue. In particular, there was one thing about Fairy Greenwood that Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan could not hope to catch up to. Unlike Shi Shanshan, who only focused on cultivation, and Sun Qingxue, who was pure and innocent, Fairy Greenwood was a master at using money and power. In the immortal dimension, Fairy Qing Mu could be considered to have a wide circle of friends. She treated others well, handled matters appropriately, and was graceful. She had the demeanor of a strong woman. Compared to a pure master like Sher Shan, there was a different kind of attraction. Such a fairy could go up to the hall, go down to the kitchen, and enter the boudoir. It was not known how many people wanted to be the Tao companion of Fairy Greenwood. However, although Fairy Greenwood had a wide circle of friends, she was also very self-respecting. Before Yongqin died, he had not heard of anyone who could get the favor of Fairy Greenwood, or a master who was too good was destined to have such a fate. Those who liked Fairy Greenwood, in front of Fairy Greenwood, they could not help but feel ashamed of their inferiority. They simply could not stand her seemingly decent, but there was a noble aura from the heart. Such a fairy was willing to become a Tao companion with Yongqin for the sake of the sect. It had to be said that the Qingkuan sect's generosity was unique. Of course, it was also related to the fact that Fairy Greenwood had not really grown up. Tao Junkie of the Taishaman, needless to say. She was an elder of the Deshang stage, with excellent qualifications, and her appearance and figure were top-notch. If there was only one shortcoming, it was that she was hundreds of years older than Yongqin. But after cultivating for a long time, who would care about a mere few hundred years? Wasn't Sher Shan Gaoyu also 100 years older than Yongqin? It was a pity that in the late Deshang stage, Tao Junkie's cultivation slightly deviated. Even after the guidance of Senior Lu Fingzi, it could not be completely corrected in a short time. Now Tao Junkie had a direction to correct it. What was missing was only time. Moreover, Yongqin was very clear about Tao Junkie's future. In the immortal world, she was also a hall master of the profound heaven sect. Her cultivation and combat power may not be comparable to Sher Shan, but the name of Fairy Greenwood could also deter a large number of people. Such a master was even willing to become a Tao companion with Yongqin for the sake of the sect. Because the gap between the two sides was not small, Tao Junkie was even willing to serve as Yongqin's cultivation furnace before Yongqin's cultivation was promoted to her realm. It must be known that Tao Junkie had an innate fire attribute spirit root, which was an absolute match for Yongqin's innate spirit root. Acting as a cauldron was to make her own cultivation stagnate, which was completely helping Yongqin. A master of the late Deshang stage as a cauldron, who could imagine it? Coupled with Tao Junkie's identity as an elder of the Taishaman sect, such an arrogant position, it was simply a scene that would make countless people salivate. Want to have a face, want to have a heart. Would there be a man who could refuse such a temptation? As for the 5 Element sect, they came up with 5 beautiful women at once. These 5 beautiful women were quintuplets themselves. The figure and appearance were exactly the same, and it was difficult for the world to distinguish them. This was not the most special. The quintuplet sisters were born to occupy one of the 5 elements. When the 5 people were combined, it was a complete 5 elements formation. In particular, the 5 women were almost interlinked. The power of the formation was simply unparalleled. In Yongqin's mind, there were memories of the 5 sisters of the 5 element sect. Although the qualifications of the 5 sisters were not as good as Sher Shan and Sun Qingxue, the difference was also limited. The 5 women were the masters of the 5 elements sect in the immortal world. Just the 5 women had blocked the crazy attacks of the devils in the immortal world for no less than hundreds of times. The 5 elements sect could stand tall in the immortal world and had a direct relationship with the 5 women. Now many people knew that Yongqin was a simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elements. The 5 sisters were exactly the same, but they belonged to the 5 elements. It was simply the most suitable for Yongqin to be a double cultivation companion. Of course, the age of the 5 women was a little older, but they were older than Sher Shan, but not as old as Tao Junkie. Their current cultivation base was just at the early Deshang stage. Compared with the beauties of the 3 sects, the other sects' beauties were not on the same level at all. Those women who still needed Yongqin to use the 100-year questioning inner heart pill to improve their cultivation base, could they be compared with these who would be all-powerful in the immortal world in the future? From this point of view, the three sects really showed their sincerity. Of course, on the other hand, it also showed that they were not generally optimistic about Yangchen. After all, a master of the 5th grade alchemy master in the mortal world was only in the early and middle yuanying stage. Who knows if he would reach the realm of the 6th grade alchemy master before ascending. Such an alchemy genius, coupled with those peerless medicinal pills, was enough to tempt any sect. Chapter 1154. To be honest, when he saw these conditions, Yang Chen was really a little surprised. These were the prices of Yang Chen's service. Although it was a bit high, there were the previous examples of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. The two major sects had been taken care of by Yang Chen. These prices were not very surprising. It was just that Yang Chen did not think that the 5 Elements sect and Qinkuan sect in Taishimen were willing to pay such a price for him alone. It must be known that this did not include the loss of reputation brought about by Yang Chen's betrayal. In this regard, if the 3 major sects wanted to settle it, it was bound to cost a higher price. If it was anyone else, it was estimated that they would not be able to bear such a temptation. From a small sect to a core disciple of one of the 5 major sects, and there was a beauty accompanying him. It was definitely a promotion, like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. But this happened to Yang Chen. It could only be said that the 3 major sects still underestimated Yang Chen. To put it bluntly, it was a serious underestimation. The Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect were also the 5 major sects, and their respective genius disciples were now Yang Chen's wives. Even if Yang Chen wanted to jump ship, he would at least choose one of the 2 more familiar sects, right? They believed that with Yang Chen's ability, he would definitely be better valued in the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. As for the other small sects, not to mention, Yang Chen did not have to consider them. These things could be given to Gao Yu and Gong Sunling for fun. There was no need to discuss it on the table. It was simply impossible to agree. The 100-year pill experiment was successful, and Yang Chen still needed to refine a batch. This time he used the demonic beads of the demonized vines. Presumably a lot of medicinal pills could be produced in one furnace. Soon, Yang Chen went into seclusion again to refine pills. Everyone was mentally prepared for this. The first time was to test the waters, and they did not expect Yang Chen to be moved. When the 100-year pill was officially launched, it would be the climax of everyone's struggle. When he was refining the 100-year Dan, Yang Chen had already considered the reduction of the medicinal efficacy caused by the separation of the huge demonic beads. Because of the separation of the extremely strong medicinal efficacy, Yang Chen had gathered all of it into a few special 100-year Dan, turning them into the core of the core. The first batch of 100-year pills produced close to 1,000-second revolution 100-year pills. Among them, 10 of them had even reached the 4th revolution. According to Yang Chen's estimation, they could increase one's cultivation base by 800 to 1,000 years. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them 1,000-year pills. In particular, these 10 pills were the core of the medicinal effects. Basically, they could be said to be the essence of this cauldron of pills. Next, Yang Chen continued to refine. After spending 2 demonic beads, he had obtained a total of nearly 5,000-second revolution, 100-year dawn, and 54th revolution, 100-year dawn. After 1 year, Yang Chen came out of seclusion again. He handed a part of the medicinal pills to the sect and gave 10 of the rest to Shanghai Feng, asking him to start the auction in the Wanbao Tower. Many sect members were waiting for the official 100-year Dan to appear so that they could personally see its medicinal efficacy. Some things were just hearsay, but seeing was believing. Although it was unlikely that the thing that happened to Yang Chen was real, it was better to be safe than sorry when it came to this kind of expensive pill. The first 100-year Dan were all bought by others. The most expensive one even reached the price of 12 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. This price was also the price at which the major sect members wanted to get the goods directly from the Chunyang Palace in the future. As for if they wanted to get more, they needed to compete with others in the auction house. At every moment, there were countless masters who were trapped in the bottleneck of their cultivation base or even near the end of their lifespan. These 10-hundred-year dawn were almost taken within the territory of the Chunyang Palace within a day after the auction. It had to be said that Yang Chen's reputation in alchemy was still very strong. 10 medicinal pills allowed 8 Yuanying stage masters who were trapped in the realm to break through the bottleneck, and 3 of them almost triggered the Yin Fire Tribulation on the spot and successfully crossed the tribulation. The rest also made progress in their cultivation base. The remaining 2 were masters of the Deshang stage. One entered the late Deshang stage from the middle Deshang stage, and the other entered the middle Deshang stage from the early Deshang stage. The 10-hundred-year dawn were all successful. At this time, no one doubted the efficacy of the 100-year Dan. They began to prepare the spirit stones and planned to bid at the next auction. When the news came, the major sect came to the door and began to buy medicinal pills. Anyway, Chunyang Palace promised to give a batch of medicinal pills to the major sect in batches. These medicinal pills must be in their hands first. The Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect still sent Shan and Sun Qingxue, but they were accompanied by 2 elders of the Deshang stage. After all, these medicinal pills were invaluable, and there must always be a master to protect them. The time interval was not long. When the husband and wife met, they were happy. Yang Qin still gave each of the 2 women a small surprise. This medicinal pill is different from those. It can basically increase the cultivation base of 800 to 1,000 years. Yang Qin took out 4 core Millennium Dawn and gave 2 to each of the 2 women. You keep one for yourself, just in case at a critical moment. The other one will be handed over to the sect as a gift from your husband to your mother's family. A Millennium Dan, if either of the 2 women took it, the consequence of increasing their cultivation base by 1,000 years was that they could directly reach the peak of the Deshang stage. In the mortal world, it was basically impossible for anyone to hurt them. The other one was given to the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. The 2 women were now powerful, and their status in their respective sect had been improved. Coupled with Yang Chen's sparing no effort to support them, it was impossible not to be valued by the sect. Our husband is now in high demand. A large number of beautiful women are willing to send themselves to the door. Gao Yu said with a smile when she received the 2 younger sisters in the sect. After the official business was done, when the family was reunited, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling naturally made fun of Yangchen. Those jade slips that recorded the conditions of the sect became a happy pastime for the 4 women. Every beauty that had been heard of would be taken out by the 4 women to comment on it. Even the level of individual beauties like the fairy Qingmu would be specially taken out to comment on it. Here it was suitable, there it was not suitable, what were the benefits of accepting it, and so on. It was as if the 4 women were choosing a concubine for Yangchen. In the face of the 4 women's happy teasing, Yang Chen was also full of happiness. Half lying on the slender waist of Shan and Sun Qingxue, he closed his eyes comfortably, listening to the 4 proud women talking about these gossips that only women in the mortal world would talk about. His heart was calm and full. Such a life, was it a real life of flesh and blood? Chapter 1155. Although they were happy, no one would take it seriously. Yang Chen would never betray the sect. The 4 women knew this from the beginning, and naturally they would not agree to the conditions of those sect. Moreover, even if the women from the 3 major sects were stunning, so what? The 4 beside him were not easy to deal with. Whether it was in terms of appearance, figure, or emotional foundation, they were not something that a few random beauties could compare to. The 4 women did not even feel any threat from him. The sect wants the pill recipe. After the family enjoyed enough reunion time, Shan reluctantly said another small request of her own sect. It's the same for us here. Sun Qingxue also whispered. In their eyes, being able to get the medicinal pill at the base price was already Yangchen looking at their face to take care of their own sect. Now that he wanted the pill recipe, it seemed a bit greedy. It's not surprising. Yang Qin smiled and was not surprised at all. His arms tightened and he kissed the faces of the two women gently. Don't worry, I will sell the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. The 100-year pill is nothing, as long as there is enough price. The two women might just want an answer and did not put forward any price on the spot. However, with this result, they could already go back and it was still the kind of contribution. However, I think you should try to convince the sect as much as possible. It's better not to. Yang Chen suddenly added another sentence. When I refine the space connection point, the baleful demon bead will become less and less until there's no more, and it doesn't make much sense to get it. If your sect doesn't mind, then come and talk. This time I will give you 20% discount. The last time the questioning inner heart pill, Yang Qin gave the two sect a 50% discount. This kind of thing couldn't happen again and again. So although Yang Qin still gave the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect discounts for the sake of the two women, it had already improved a lot. The sect wanted to get the century-old pill as soon as possible. Many representatives of the sect were waiting in the Chunyang Palace. As soon as the result of the auction was announced and the pill took effect, someone immediately took out enough spirit stones to take the pill away. The 5 great sect were rich and overbearing. Only the 5 great sect could gather the required spiritual stones for 50 elixirs in one go. However, Yang Qin soon met the representatives of the 5 Elements sect and the Qingquan sect in Taishimen again. However, they were not the same women as last time. This time, they once again gave Yang Qin a jade slip, which recorded a little bit of the requirements of the 3 major sections. Yang Qin wasn't surprised that the 3 great sects were asking for elixir recipes. What these big sects wanted was to control things in their own hands as much as possible. If they had a big business, this idea was not wrong. If they were always under the control of others, of course, it would not be as good as their own. Moreover, several big sects would even often announce some research results to gain fame. Yang Chen's questioning inner heart pill, including the heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppressing formation, was obtained from the spiritual world for this reason. What surprised Yang Chen was that Tao, Junkie, Fairy Qingmu, and the 5 Elements sex quintuplets were still the price of the 3 great sects exchanging elixir recipes. No wonder they were not allowed to come this time. It was because of this reason. Yang Qin already had 4 wives, and 2 of them were disciples of the 5 great sect. In the eyes of others, it was not a big deal for Yang Qin to have a few more wives. These women, whether it was their origin, appearance, or cultivation aptitude, would not disgrace Yang Qin. Now Yang Qin just didn't understand. For a pill recipe of a mere 100-year elixir, the 3 great sects were willing to pay such a price. Wasn't it a bit too much? This was not the full price. The other conditions were that each of them had to pay rare fire seeds, top medicinal materials, and refining materials. It could almost be said that these fire seeds and medicinal materials alone were enough to buy the elixir recipe. The 3 great sects also had to pay the price of beautiful disciples, which was really a bit speechless. In fact, Yang Chen was still in the game, and there were some things that he couldn't understand. Although Yang Qin had planned his own future, he was far from imagining what kind of position he would have in the eyes of the 5 great sects in the future. An alchemy genius who was a 5th grade alchemist master when he was in the Jiran stage. What kind of expectation would he have when he reached the Deshang stage? For Yang Chen, he had already experienced the experience of the demon continent. Was there any suspense in breaking through to the Deshang stage? Such a person, no matter what, the major sect wanted to win him over. Even if he was not in their own sect, they must always maintain a good relationship. Now in this respect, the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect had already walked ahead, and the other 3 sects certainly had to catch up. Sending these female disciples was hoping to form a good karma with Yang Chen. In the future, when Yang Chen had any benefits, through these female disciples, they could also fight for some good prices. Even several sects speculated that Yang Chen might have a magic weapon that parasitized the primordial spirit of a predecessor, and they also wanted these female disciples to find it from Yang Chen by all means. Based on this reason, building a relationship with Yang Chen in advance has become the priority of several major sects during this time. Even if the Taishamen had the universe, everlasting spirit suppressing formation, they were also pondering this point. At least before the formation exerts its power, they must first win over Yang Chen. Only waiting for one day in the future, they would directly take over the Chunyang Palace with the power of thunder. In this regard, Yang Chen did not conceal it from his wives. After showing it to them, Yang Chen gave a reply to the great sect. It was still the old rules, 2 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds or other materials of equal value. As for people, they did not have to consider it for the time being. What Yang Chen did not expect was that the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect were fine, but the other 3 major sects unanimously said that Yang Chen did not have to bear the pressure of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. They would solve this coordination by themselves. But the female disciples who promised to Yang Chen told him bluntly that they would propose marriage to the head of the palace. Propose marriage? Hearing this, Yang Chen shook his head directly like a rattle. What was this? In the past, when he proposed marriage to Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, many people were laughing at him. Now the 3 major sects actually reversed and wanted to propose marriage to the Chunyang Palace. It had to be said that the changes of the world really made people speechless. Yang Chen naturally disagreed. What a joke! How could he accept it without any friendship? Even Shi Shanshan had been in contact before, and then they came together step by step. How could a few sects' words make Yang Chen nod his head? However, the 3 major sects' thoughts were very determined, and they even directly announced this matter to the public. As soon as the news came out, there was another commotion in the Dao sects. Chapter 1156. It was not that there was no precedent of marriage between them. Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect and Green Jade Immortal Island were obvious examples. Of course, compared with the 2 major sects, Chunyang Palace was still considered a weak force. If they stood in the perspective of the sect and had to be divided into primary and secondary, then the Pyongyang Palace was a bit too high. However, when the news of the 3 major sects proposing to Chunyang Palace came out, no one thought that the 3 major sects were trying to please Chunyang Palace. Everyone understood that all this was just for one person, Yang Chen. Yang Chen also used his own series of unique medicinal pills to prove to everyone that he was fully qualified to be courted by the 3 major sects. There was no doubt about this, and no one had any objections. In this regard, Yang Chen was not prepared at all. Although he knew that the other party would use the beauty trap, he thought that as long as he did not take it, it should be fine, but he did not expect the other party to use such a way. The reason for the unity of the 3 major sects was that these female disciples of their own have always admired Yang Chen, so they intended to be close to him. In order to fulfill the disciples' heart, the sect specially came to propose marriage. The Chunyang Palace side did not seem to expect this, and they were a little stunned. Fortunately, Yang Chen was still able to grasp it, and was not stunned by the reputation of several beautiful women. After a detailed discussion with Yang Chen, the master of the palace temporarily declined the marriage proposal of the 3 major sects. Blue Cloud sect and Green Jade Immortal Island were very contemptuous of the 3 major sects' actions, and also sent people to the 3 major sects to protest. They had seen the past, but they had never seen such a shameless person. If Chunyang Palace could not withstand the pressure, or Yang Chen was fascinated by beauty, the little advantage that they had worked hard to establish before would gradually be leveled by the 3 major sects. How could this be? The 5 great sects didn't live in harmony. Everyone competed in an orderly manner. On the point of rejecting the 3 major sects, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect stood firmly on the side of Chunyang Palace. What a joke! What had he done earlier? Since suppressing him didn't work, he immediately switched to roping him in. Although the marriage proposal of the three great sect was declined, they were not angry. It was just that there were rumors that several fairies seemed to be sad and depressed because of this, which made many people who had tender feelings for the fairies curse Chunying Palace and Yangchen. How could he break the heart of a beauty like this? Was he still a man? He would rather get drunk and whip a famous horse than betray a beautiful woman. Yang Qin naturally knew that his refusal would make the admirers of many fairies rejoice and hate him at the same time. However, in this regard, Yang Qin couldn't say anything more. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. It was better not to say anything. The 100-year pills were quickly taken away by the major sect. They were pleasantly surprised to find that in addition to the 50 100-year pills that they deserved, they also got a 1,000-year pill at the price of a 100-year pill. This was a big favor. Even if the three great sect were unhappy, they couldn't not recognize this favor. The first thing the people of the five great sect did when they returned to the sect with the 100-year pill was to ask some seniors who were in closed-door training to take a part of the 100-year pill. The reason why these seniors were in closed-door training was because their cultivation was insufficient or because they lacked confidence. Now, with the help of one or more 100-year pills, in just 1 month, there are hundreds of experts in the five great sect who had transcended the tribulation and ascended. This kind of scale directly scared many sects. Many of the first-rate sect thought that they already had a lot of experts. At least in terms of the number, they were already confident to be on an equal footing with the five great sect. They were planning to find a suitable opportunity to turn the five great sect into the 6 great sects or the 7 great sects. However, when this group of experts transcended the tribulation, all the ambitious sects were scared back. On average, there were more than 20 experts in each sect who were not confident enough to transcend the tribulation and ascend. They were all experts at the peak of the Mahayana realm. However, those disciples who were in closed-door training were not counted as experts with excellent qualifications and full of confidence. Thinking about the consequences if they acted blindly without thinking, countless people were covered in cold sweat. Not to mention those who were not clear about the background of the five great sect. Even Yang Qin himself was shocked. To be honest, Yang Qin himself thought that Chunying Palace had also become a first-rate sect and was looking up to the super first-rate sect. Only now did he realize how short-sighted he was before. Even if he had the memory of being reborn for thousands of years, he was still a frog at the bottom of a well. If it weren't for the appearance of the 100-year pill, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to discover the hidden strength of the five great sects. Those experts who had recently ascended were the disciples who had made great contributions to their respective sect. Taking the 100-year pill was probably the reward given by the sect to them. No wonder everyone knew that taking the 100-year pill was not the right way, but the sect was still so active in buying it. It turned out that this was the reason. As long as there was the 100-year pill, there was no need to worry that some disciples couldn't break through at the last moment. It was a good thing to maintain the unity of the sect and enhance the cohesion of the disciples. Yang Chen was a little annoyed now. Was it because he sold it too cheaply? After all, after this incident, wouldn't the disciples of the five great sect all strive to sacrifice themselves for the sect? If he wanted to deal with the Taishaman, it would be more and more difficult. But on second thought, this was good. On average, there were more than 20 experts who took the 100-year pill to pass the tribulation. It was estimated that they had consumed a lot of 100-year pills. Each sect had 50 100-year pills. How many would be left? This exclusive resource that he had mastered could certainly bring more benefits to himself and the Chunying Palace. At this point, even if it was the Taishaman, they couldn't casually find a reason to do something to the Chunying Palace. The five great sect all wanted to get all kinds of pills from Yangchen. How could the other sect tolerate the Taishaman eating alone? Unless the five great sect had such thoughts at the same time. But this was estimated to be unlikely. At least the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect were very difficult to pass. Until now, the Chunyang Palace really stood among the first-class sect and could stand for thousands of years or even longer. This was the time when the Chunyang Palace was really safe. Everyone understood that the major sect could get the 100-year pill, not to mention the Chunyang Palace. In this way, many individual cultivators and monster cultivators would choose to join the sect first, which was definitely Chunyang Palace. No matter how rich the Five Great Sect was, it was impossible for them to pay more attention to an expert who only joined them later. The 100-year pill, a precious resource, would never be easily taken out. Only the Chunyang Palace was likely to provide it in large quantities. As a result, the influence of the Chunyang Palace rose again, and it became the most dazzling star in the sect. Of course, people were more interested in the story of the 7 girls of the Qinkuan sect, the Taishaman's 5-element sect, fighting for a husband, especially when the man already had 4 beautiful wives. Chapter 1157. Whether it was in the secular world or the world of cultivation, love seemed to be an eternal topic, especially when it involved a total of 11 beauties. Moreover, each of them came from an extraordinary background and were peerless beauties in the world, which made it even more sought after. How many male cultivators were imagining how wonderful it would be if they were Yangqin. The beauties of the 5 major sects would all be captured in one fell swoop. How pleasant would that be? How happy would it be to be able to make people forget about home and home? All kinds of stories spread more and more, and even Yangqin had various love entanglements with these beauties as early as hundreds of years ago. How the 4 fairies were jealous of each other, and how they united to resist the temptation of wildflowers outside their homes. The story spread more and more widely, making people not know whether to laugh or cry. On the contrary, the protagonist in the story and his 4 beautiful wives, after experiencing the mortal world and seeing the reincarnation of the mortal world, did not care about these stories. Instead, they regarded it as a wonderful story and listened to it with relish. Husband, why don't you take the 5 sisters of the 5-element sect? Gao Yu even sometimes teased Yangqin, and together with Gong Sunling, she persuaded him, "Lest we sisters are not your opponents at all, and we can't let you enjoy yourself completely every time. They have the same mind. Maybe they can serve you more comfortably." After Yangqin forced the 4 women to sleep together, the estrangement between the 4 women was reduced a lot. But Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were close, and Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue were close. However, Gao Yu was right. Yangqin's body was far stronger than they imagined. Even if the 4 women added up, sometimes they really couldn't make Yangqin completely satisfied. After being nourished by the life essence of tens of thousands of immortals, Yangqin's body was unreasonably strong. In addition, the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, an immortal body refining technique, has been cultivated to the realm of overturning the sea. Not to mention that the 4 women were only masters of the Yuanying stage. Even if they were 4 masters of the Deshang stage, they may not be the opponents of Yangqin. Although Gao Yu's tone was obviously teasing, she didn't have such thoughts. At the very least, she didn't want her husband to only be a little satisfied every time, while they themselves were floating in the clouds countless times. If there were so many people helping, maybe it would really make Yangqin happy. Yangqin could only curl his lips and roll his eyes at the ridicule of his master and wife. Are you kidding me? Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan had gone through so many things to get together with me. Now that we are husband and wife, how happy are we? If he suddenly joined a group of strangers, it would be strange if he didn't feel awkward. Yangqin had a lot of secrets, and Yangqin didn't hide them from his wife. If those women joined, these secrets would definitely be known, which meant that the 3 major sects would know. This alone was enough to make Yangqin retreat. Thinking about it, he knew what the purpose of these women was. Yangqin didn't want to be surrounded by the eyes and ears of other sects. Could he do something else? Everyone was joking, but they would never be serious. As for what would be said outside, Yangqin didn't care. What he had to do now was to stay in the sect for a period of time, continue to consolidate his cultivation, purify the ultimate demonized vine, and then refine the connection point of the two spaces. A series of masters of the 5 major sects had ascended, which directly set off an uproar in the entire cultivation world. If Mu Mingyuan had only let everyone see the effects, and the first 10 pills had only let everyone understand that they could really increase their cultivation, then the ascension of this group of experts had directly pushed the century-old pill to the top of the altar. Not only Taoism, but also the demon clan and devil sects were boiling. Countless masters began to find various ways to go deep into Taoism and come to Chunyang Palace. Everyone's purpose was the century-old pill. Of course, if they could get the questioning inner heart pill on the way, it would be the best thing. Everyone was excited, but some people were especially excited, and some people were very depressed. The most depressed one was Li Liheng, the young master of Taishimen. The century-old pill's effect was so powerful that Li Liheng directly saw a shortcut that could be reaped without any effort. However, the senior leaders of Taishimen certainly didn't want him to take the century-old pill. This was an unorthodox way. How could it be better than the cultivation that he had cultivated honestly? But no one recognized Li Liheng's character. If there was such a shortcut, why did he have to cultivate stupidly? Everyone said it was an unorthodox way, but no one knew what the trouble was. No one had ascended to the spiritual world. Maybe this was just an excuse to make him dispel this idea. If he was unhappy that he couldn't use the century-old pill, then he was even more upset that he couldn't use the heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppression formation. Obviously, the direct increase in cultivation had such a powerful effect, but he was forced to make a heart demon oath that he couldn't use it. This made Li Liheng very unhappy. When would this day come to an end? Compared with Li Liheng's unhappiness, Yanglan and Yanglan didn't know how excited they were. The century-old pill's effect was so outstanding, which meant that the effect of the heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppression formation was equally outstanding. It also meant that one day, even if Yanglan's cultivation aptitude was not very good, she could rely on this to cross the tribulation and ascend to the spiritual world. Those masters who took the century-old pill were simply to prove to Yanglan that they could successfully cross the tribulation by relying on their cultivation without cultivating their state of mind. In particular, Mu Mingyuan of Chunyang Palace, a waste person, could actually rely on his strong cultivation to ascend directly. Could such a good thing be arranged by God for Yanglan to take revenge on Yangqin? Yangqin, this hateful guy, relying on a magic weapon that he didn't know which predecessor's primordial spirit stored, he thought that he could cover the sky with one hand, and that he could bring trouble to himself? Now that God had given Yanglan a broad road, he just had to wait for the heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppression formation to be successfully arranged. At that time, it would be time for Yangqin to pay the price. Not to mention humiliating Yangqin at that time. So what if he killed him? With the heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppression formation, the Taishimen were equivalent to having countless century-old pills, 1,000-year pills, and 10,000-year pills. They could improve their disciples' cultivation whenever they wanted. Why would they care about a little alchemist? At that time, all the sufferings and humiliations he had suffered would be returned by Yangqin 100 times and 1,000 times. He wanted to let him know that a bumpkin would always be a bumpkin and could only be stepped on by him, the Yang family's young master. Chapter 1158. What? You're going to teach the disciples of the Ishio villa? Hearing Yangqin's words, even the head of the palace could not help but jump up. What kind of place was the Ishio villa? It was the place where the new disciples of the Chunyang Palace stayed. Generally speaking, it was already common to have a disciple in the foundation stage to guide them. Under the reminder of Yangqin, now there were several disciples in the 9th level of the Qi refining stage who followed the guidance, and this step was already the limit. Yangqin was a Yuanying stage ancestor, but he had to go to the place where almost ordinary people gathered. The huge difference in identity could not help but surprise the head of the palace. Although Yang Qin had served as a disciple of the Ishio villa before, that was only when he was in the foundation stage. Now it was simply a waste to send a Yuanying stage ancestor. With this time, it was better to let Yang Chen refine a few furnaces of pills. This disciple has an idea that needs these new disciples to verify. Yang Chen did not hide anything, but used this reason to explain to the head of the palace, if it is verified, it will greatly enhance the reputation of my Chunyang palace. Over the years, the head of the palace had reached the peak of the Yuanying stage because of his double cultivation with Wan Qian. He could see that he could cross his tribulation and only wait for the right time. Recently, he spent time and energy in charge of the main sect. For the head of the palace, it was also equivalent to an experience. Originally, the head of the palace would not agree to this request of Yang Qin, but after hearing Yang Chen's explanation, he could not help but hesitate. Yang Qin, the young palace master, had never lied in front of them. Everything he said seemed to have become a reality, or was becoming a reality. Now that Yang Chen said that it could greatly enhance the reputation of the Chunying Palace, it would definitely be able to improve. After the head of the palace and several elders discussed it, they finally agreed to Yang Chen's request. Putting everything else aside, just Yang Chen's ability to guide disciples was something that no one could hope to catch up to. This had already been proven a long time ago. Among the disciples who had been guided by Yang Chen in the past, the worst aptitude was now at the early Jedon stage, and the best had already gone through the tribulation to form their nascent soul. Their cultivation was almost on par with Yang Chen's middle Yuanying stage. All of this was because when they were laying the foundation, they had the guidance of Yang Chen, the master-level teacher. Now that Yang Chen had returned to Ishio Manor, many people who knew about the past were envious of this new batch of disciples. However, envy was envy. This was a blessing that could not be forced. When Yang Chen came to guide the new disciples, he would only give them some pointers at the crucial moment. As for enlightenment, there was no need for him to do anything at all. When all the new disciples saw Yang Chen, they now had to pay their respects to the martial uncle. It was too simple for Yang Chen to do. It was simply an insult to him. The reason why he came to the Ishio Manor was that Yang Chen calculated the time and decided to make the matter of the acquired spirit root public. If this matter was not made public, he believed that in less than 100 years, the Taishamen would also make this public. Instead of letting the Taishamen be good people to improve their reputation, it was better to let Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace get this benefit. In the cultivation world, there were also researchers who were similar to scientists. Their interest was not in fighting, but in studying various ways of cultivation. Basically, every sect had such a hall, and even Chunyang Palace was no exception. Most of the results of these researchers would be protected as secrets of the sect, but there were also many times when these research results would choose to be made public. On the one hand, it was to enhance the influence and reputation of the sect. On the other hand, it was also to promote all the sect to follow its own research direction, similar to various modern industrial standards. The sect that mastered this kind of standard naturally had an advantage over other sect in a certain direction. Strictly speaking, it was part of the comprehensive strength of the sect. The reason why the Taishamen became the largest Taoism sect was not only because of the powerful armed forces of the sect, but also because of the contribution of this kind of researchers. Basically, many things in the cultivation world were provided by the Taishamen. In his previous life, the Taishamen announced the discovery of the acquired spirit root, and their influence went to a higher level. They completely established the name of the largest Taoism sect, and the other sect no longer had the influence to compete with the Taishamen. In this life, Yang Chen naturally would not let the Taishamen get this position. Naturally, it was impossible for Yang Chen to come up with this result after just a few days in Yeshio Villa. Naturally, he would stay in Yeshio Villa for several years, or even decades before he announced the discovery of the acquired spirit root. Therefore, the people who joined Chunyang Palace in these years were really blessed. This kind of advantage accumulated at the beginning was definitely a pleasant surprise. Basically, just like in Yeshio Villa, Yang Chun would generally give advice every few months, and everyone could take turns to do it. Now, the number of new disciples in Chunyang Palace was dozens of times more than in the past, so naturally it would take more time. However, for Yang Chin, giving advice to a few juniors at the first level of the Qi refining realm was absolutely a piece of cake. Every time he gave advice, it was to the point, which made the disciples who received the advice overjoyed. The century-old pill was still spreading like wildfire. Wanbao Tower would auction 5 pills every year in its own auction house. Relying on the appearance pill and the century-old pill, Wanbao Tower had already vaguely become the #1 business in the world. Coupled with the special products of the Demon Tribe and the South Sea, even the business of the Taishaman couldn't compete with Wanbao Tower. The romantic affairs between the beauties of the 3 sects and Yangqin were still spread by word of mouth among the cultivators. At this time, it was best for Yangqin to ignore them and let the trend cool down slowly. Otherwise, it would become more and more difficult to deal with. Coming to Yeshio Villa to give advice to the new disciples, Yangqin also had the intention to avoid the limelight for a while. As long as he didn't show up, people would not have the target of the rumors, and the limelight would gradually decrease. The 5 sects unanimously chose to buy the prescription of the century-old pill. Of course, the Danding School, which had always been proud of refining pills, was no exception. Now, among the recognized masters of alchemy in the cultivation world, Yang Chen ranked first. Several masters of the Danding School followed Yang Chen, respectively. As for the masters of the 5 sects' medicinal halls, it seemed that they were ranked even lower. For the prescription of the century-old pill, Yang Chen offered a price of 2 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds, which was the same level as the questioning inner heart pill. In this regard, whether it was the 5 sects or the Danding School, no one bargained. They seemed to think that this price was reasonable. Of course, 7th-grade fire seeds were not so easy to find. There were only a few kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds in the world, and Yang Chen had about half of them in his hands. In the end, several sects basically paid with materials of equal value. Chapter 1159. The Green Jade, Immortal Island, and Blue Cloud sect got the internal price because of the relationship between Shirshanshan and Sun Qingxua. So they got the internal price, and the external price was 20% off. Just this price alone was enough to make the 2 sects explode with joy. The most unhappy ones were actually the Taishaman, because of the need to arrange the universe everlasting spirit suppression great formation. Even the rich Taishaman couldn't help but feel a little stretched. Fortunately, the Taishaman had a deep foundation, and there was still a batch of elixirs that had been inherited for more than 100,000 years, which was barely offset. Yang Chen received a total of 4 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds this time, and the rest were all kinds of top medicinal materials and top refining materials. As for the finished magic weapons and medicinal pills, Yang Chen almost didn't want any of them, because when he left the demon continent, he made a great heart oath not to disclose the true situation in the demon continent. Therefore, on Yang Chen's pill recipe, there were only the names and weights of various auxiliary medicinal materials, and the name of the main material, the devilish bead, did not even appear. However, Yang Chen also specifically mentioned that the name of the main material could not be said because there was an oath, but as long as the major sect sent people to the demon continent, they could recognize what it was. On this point, Yang Chen promised by the Great Heart Oath, and the sect also accepted this statement. Every sect had masters who had been to the demon continent to gain experience. As soon as the devilish bead was described, those disciples immediately understood what it was. What made all the sect feel strange was that everyone knew what it was, but no one said it. It had to be said that this was a strange phenomenon. In fact, when the news of Mu Mingyuan's ascension spread, those masters who had been experienced in the demon continent knew what it was, but they didn't expect it to be so big and pure gold. They all thought that Yang Chen was deliberately mystifying, but in fact, it was to let Mu Mingyuan take a huge risk of his life. But after 100 years in the hands of the sect, those people thoroughly understood that this was the devilish bead that had been purified completely. It was just that no one knew how to purify it and how to evenly distribute the medicinal properties of the demonic, baleful bead at the stage of 100 years of cultivation. Other things were not rare. Even so, the importance of the 100-year pill made all the major sect pay attention to it. Soon, they organized people to go to the demon continent, specifically to obtain the demonic pearl for alchemy. In this regard, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect once again walked in front of several other sects. With the pocket money given by Yang Chen, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue were also rare rich women on the demon continent, and there were many demonic beads. Of course, Yang Chen would not charge them any fees for purifying the demonic, baleful bead. This batch of low-grade, devilish beads directly entered the medicinal hall of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the sect for those alchemy masters to refine century-old pills. The refining of the 100-year pill was not as complicated as the questioning inner heart pill. As long as one was a fourth-grade alchemist, they would be competent. Soon, the two sects' refinement was successful. When the news came out, it immediately stimulated other sect. However, no matter how exciting it was, there was no way. Even if the other sect had the demonic bead, it was not a purified demonic bead and could not be directly refined. Without it, it would take a long time to wait. It would take decades to go back and forth to the demon continent, not to mention the time to obtain the demonic bead. Therefore, several sects that had the demonic bead had to send people again to discuss the way to purchase and purify the demonic bead. But this time, Yang Chen said that he would not sell anything. The method announced to the outside world was that Yang Chen had a magic weapon that could purify the demonic bead, and he himself had no way to do it. This kind of thing could not be bought by any sect. Yang Chen would certainly not sell this magic weapon, but he agreed to give them the demonic bead to purify. Several sects had to gnash their teeth and take out an additional sum of spirit stones again in exchange for Yang Chen's purification of the demonic bead. In this way, some of the guys who vaguely guessed the core inside story of the demon continent seemed to understand why Yang Chen took the initiative to take his 4 wives to the demon continent 200 years ago. With such a magic weapon in hand, wouldn't it be a pity not to go? During this time, Yang Chen did not go out and stayed in the sect, but Yang Chen's 4 wives had their own actions. Sun Qingxue followed her master, Elder Hua, to cultivate hard, and the Blue Cloud sect had basically spread. The disciples who were willing to work so hard and inherited their master's mantle, and their cultivation methods were exactly the same, which was also a good story. Shi Shanshan continued her own cultivation, went out from time to time, and completed some tasks of the sect. The people who knew the Cold Plum Fairy all discovered that she was becoming more and more calm and reserved, but that fierce aura of hers had only increased. Even if they didn't know the storm when Shi Shanshan had just returned to the Green Jade Immortal Island from the demon continent, everyone also understood that Shi Shanshan's cultivation base was becoming more and more refined. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were working nonstop for the sect, and most of the time they were traveling outside. Both women now had powerful means, and basically there were no twists and turns, and they all completed the tasks of the sect one by one. Yang Chen quietly stayed in the Ishio villa to guide the new disciples, and it could almost be described as not going out. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed in a flash. In the past 20 years, except for the guidance every few months, Yang Chen has been purifying the demonic energy of the ultimate demonized vine. As the 9 nether-flying sword became more and more powerful, Yang Chen's strength slowly increased, and the speed of absorbing the demonic energy became faster and faster. Finally, in the 18th year, Yang Chen absorbed all the demonic energy in the body of the ultimate demonized vine. This ultimate demonized vine of the 2nd grade of the Earth Immortal was enough for Sun Qingxue to cultivate for the next few hundred years. As long as she could absorb and refine this demonized vine, Sun Qingxue could be strong in the spiritual world for a long time. In the next 2 years, Yang Chen was constantly refining the space point of the demon continent with the cultivation method obtained by the heart demon sect. It must be said that this speculative cultivation method obtained in the heart demon sect was the biggest gain of Yang Chen in the demon continent. Basically, so far, all the guesses were completely correct. However, if Yang Chen wanted to completely refine that space point, it would not be completed in a few decades or 100 years. This was a very time-consuming work. With Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness of the 7th grade of the human immortal, he could multitask and refine it at any time. In the 20th year, Yang Chen calculated that it was about time and finally left the Ishio villa. Soon after, Chunyang Palace began to announce to the public that the secret of the acquired spiritual root had been discovered, and it was made public to the sect. As soon as the news came out, it caused a frenzy in the entire cultivation world. Chapter 1160. Acquired spiritual root. What was that? Everyone who heard the news was dumbfounded. As the name suggested, since it was called acquired spiritual root, it must be corresponding to the innate spiritual root. It should be easy to understand the innate spiritual root. Innate spiritual root. Then, could it be that the acquired spiritual root could be changed? This was the reaction in the minds of people who heard the word for the first time. Could it be that in addition to the innate spiritual root, there were other spiritual roots? This was a big event in the cultivation world. Not everyone had good qualifications like Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. Most people had some kind of 5 elements spiritual root that was relatively outstanding. Many people's cultivation was limited, and most of the reasons were because of insufficient qualifications. Now that a kind of acquired spiritual root had suddenly appeared, didn't mean that if one also had an acquired spiritual root, they might have a chance to come into contact with the Great Way? It was said that this was accidentally discovered by Master Yang Chen, the alchemy master of Chunying Palace, a long time ago. In order to verify it, he even observed and experimented with the new disciples of Chunying Palace for hundreds of years. Especially in the last 20 years, Master Yang almost always observed the new disciples, and only then was he sure. The acquired spiritual root was also of the 5 elements, and this time Master Yang also announced the method to test for the acquired spiritual root. If everyone had the conditions, they could take a simple test to determine whether they had acquired spiritual root. Like the innate spiritual root, the acquired spiritual root did not necessarily appear at any time. Therefore, it did not mean that it would not appear in the future. In short, the emergence of the acquired spiritual root also provided a new hope for many people. The first action of all the people who were interested in this was to test their acquired spiritual root according to the method announced by Chunying Palace. The test for the acquired spiritual root was relatively simple. It only needed to use a unique, multicolored stone. If one could not find it in a short time, they could go to Wanbao Tower. Wanbao Tower had already started to operate this kind of multicolored stone business. Many people who did not believe it saw with their own eyes that the multicolored stone showed a result different from their own spiritual root after they took the test. For a moment, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Some people immediately remembered that a long time ago, Yang Chen urged his master Gaoyu to change from fire to water attribute cultivation method. Up to now, Gaoyu could be regarded as a water and fire cultivator, and her cultivation base was already in the middle Yuanying stage. Could it be that from then on, Yang Chen had already discovered the existence of the acquired spiritual root? This possibility existed. If one counted the time when Yang Chen was still in the foundation establishment stage, he had forcefully ordered some of the disciples of Ishio Manor to practice a cultivation method with a different attribute from his own innate spirit root. It could be said that Yang Chen had begun his research in this area a long time ago. All the sect's disciples verified it one after another. As expected, They easily discovered that many of their disciples had different acquired spiritual roots. However, some acquired spiritual roots were better than innate spiritual roots, while some are far inferior to innate spiritual roots. This situation had long been explained in the information released by Yang Chen. However, it was only found that some people had a situation in line with Yang Chen's announcement, but it did not prove that people with acquired spiritual roots were better than those with innate spiritual roots. According to the attributes of the acquired spiritual roots, they could have a better future. This was not something that could be decided immediately, at least it would take a long time to verify. But from the current situation, Master Yang Chen didn't seem to have said anything false. If he usually said this, it basically meant that there would be no big changes. At least the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect have already believed this statement. As for Chunyang Palace, with the example of Gao Yu, who would not believe it, the strength of support for believing and not believing was completely different. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect directly purchased a large number of 5-colored stones and tested them one by one. Each test showed a different disciple. If the acquired spiritual root was better than the innate spiritual root, it was recommended to recultivate immediately. Among them, there were some disciples who were originally judged to have poor qualifications and reluctantly joined the sect. Suddenly, they found that the excellence of the acquired spiritual roots was stunning. This group of disciples was immediately gathered together, and then the sect attached great importance to them. The resources were fully tilted, and they immediately cultivated a new attribute. In just half a year, it was enough for many people to discover the differences in the cultivation of different attributes. It was also directly proved that the matter of the acquired spiritual roots mentioned by Yang Chen was indeed not a lie. Those cultivators below the Yuanying stage directly chose to change their cultivation attributes. As for the masters above the Yuanying stage, it was up to them to choose. Perhaps it would take a long time to recultivate, but it was related to better development in the future. At least they would have a headache for a long time. Countless words of praise were directly sent to Chunyang Palace and sent to the ears of Yang Chen. This was a great thing that would benefit all cultivators. It would allow every cultivator who was determined to cultivate to have a different choice. Even those who hadn't discovered the acquired spirit root would hold it in high esteem. If the amazing combat power was regarded as a special soldier in cultivation, then the person who released the research results of the acquired spiritual roots was simply a Nobel Prize winner in the academic world. At least he was an academic big shot like a doctoral supervisor. Yang Chen's master title, there was one more. This time, it wasn't the word Great Master that was prefixed, but the word Great Master that was directly used. In the past, when people called Master Yang, it actually meant that he was a master of alchemy. But now, when people called Master Yang, it was a pure master, without any hidden attribution. In just 1 year, almost all the sect had added the acquired spiritual roots test when testing new disciples. And the multicolored stone of Wanbao Tower was sold out from the beginning. Because of the emergence of the acquired spiritual roots, the whole cultivation world was almost refreshed. For many years, there had not been such research results related to the origin of cultivation. The discovery of Yang Chen was simply a great event. What else has this Yang Chen not discovered? Such voices filled all the sect. Everyone was envious, jealous, and hateful of this disciple of Chunyang Palace. Why was such an excellent disciple not their own disciple? The influence of Chunyang Palace, because of this matter, had been directly raised to a new level. The acquired spiritual roots were not only good for the Taoist sects, but also for all cultivators. Whether it was the disciples of the demon clan or the devil clan, it was suitable. Just this alone. Even if the demonic sects were deviant, they would have more incense for the pure Yang Palace. Chapter 1161. All the members of the sect were overjoyed, not for anything else, but because the discovery of the acquired spiritual root allowed them to find many good seedlings for cultivation, and the strength of the sect would gradually improve, which was naturally a good thing. But the only one who was not happy was the Taishaman. Originally, some people in the Taishaman had discovered this phenomenon by chance 100 years ago, but they had not been able to find the right way, so the research in this area had not been in-depth. But they did not expect that Yang Chen would be the first to do so. Strictly speaking, the Taishaman were not wronged. From the beginning, when Yang Chen asked Gao Yu to change to the water attribute cultivation method, it showed that Yang Chen had already discovered the signs. The Taishaman only discovered it 100 years ago, so they were naturally behind Yang Chen. The main reason for their unhappiness was that Yang Chen, a disciple, should have been a Taishaman, but he was kicked out by some arrogant guy, which helped the Chunyang Palace. Every time Yang Chen's major achievements seemed to be a heavy layer of flesh and blood on the scar of the Taishaman's high-level officials, so that they could relive the taste of depression. It had to be said that it was very uncomfortable. All the disciples on duty who were responsible for accepting new disciples were all reprimanded by the high-level officials again. It was really a mistake that caused everlasting sorrow. Things that had happened for hundreds of years were picked up every once in a while to beat and teach them a lesson. These disciples were so depressed that they wanted to commit suicide. Was there anything more painful than this? Since the first time these disciples were punished, every time the Taishaman came to accept new disciples, those disciples on duty were careful and did not dare to drive out a newcomer who had not seen the world casually. They were afraid that if they accidentally threw out a certain Li Chen or Wang Chen, they would be whipped because of this matter. The attitude of the Taishaman in accepting new disciples had become a model of Taoism. Now Yang Chen's position in the cultivation world was unbreakable, not to mention that he was the only fifth-grade alchemist in the mortal world. Just the discovery of the acquired spiritual root alone was enough to make almost all the cultivators feel indebted. If one wanted to deal with Yang Chen, not to mention those who needed Yang Chen's help, even if it was a stranger, no one would be able to say anything against it. The appearance of the acquired spiritual root seemed to have strengthened the determination of the three great sect to rope in Yang Chen. In addition to the Taishaman, the Five Elements sect and the Qiankuan sect spared no effort to contact the Chunying Palace in all aspects in order to let Yang Chen accept their female disciples. Only by becoming the son-in-law of his own sect would he be able to calm down a little. Now was not the time to casually destroy a future genius, at least not when it came to Yang Chen. Since that was the case, it was better to rope them in then to create enmity. This was something that anyone with a normal mind could think of. You found out at that time. When Gao Yu faced Yang Chen, she couldn't help but be surprised. Then why didn't you explain it clearly? Why did you have to use a bet to let me practice the water attribute cultivation method? The research was not thorough enough. How dare I talk nonsense? Yang Chen couldn't help but cry out, but he also couldn't help but smile. At this time, Gao Yu recalled Yang Chen's insistence. In order to let her change to the water attribute cultivation method, he even used to kill Lin Chang and the old devil as a bet. If there was an accident at that time, Gao Yu didn't dare to think about it. However, the more risky Yang Chen was, the more it seemed to show the importance of Gao Yu in his mind. Thinking of this, Gao Yu couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart, full of the joy of being cared for. Chunyang Palace, from the head of the palace, all the high-level members did not have a smile on their faces for more than a year, and they always had a jubilant look. It had to be said that Yang Chen, this disciple, was really too powerful. Since he was recruited to join the sect, he had almost never let the sect worry about him. Instead, because of Yang Chen, the sect got a lot of benefits again and again. With the gradual improvement of strength, the sect grew stronger, and even the influence was now higher. How could these high-level members not be happy? What are you going to do next? The head of the palace was now concerned about Yang Chen's next plan, since the acquired spirit root had come to an end. Presumably Yang Chen would have new plans. For the time being, this disciple has no new plans. Yang Chen replied truthfully. Now there was really nothing for Yang Chen to be busy with. In his memory, there would be no major events in the next period of time. It was just the right time to send the ultimate demonized demon vine to Sun Qingxue and then accompany Shi Shanshan to take a trip. The rest was to wait for the Taishiman's universe everlasting spirit suppression formation to be launched. This disciple is ashamed. Suddenly, Yang Chen remembered one thing. In the past, he got the treasure of the Chunyang Palace, the 7th grade fire seed, pure yang true fire. It was said that it would be preserved for 300 years. Now it had expired, and he had not absorbed it, nor had he returned it. Speaking of which, this was Yang Chen's own mistake. The palace master promised that this disciple could keep the pure yang true fire for 300 years. This disciple is dull and has not used it yet. It is better to return it to the sect first. As he said this, Yang Chen hurriedly took out the fire seed of the pure yang true fire and respectfully sent it to the hands of the palace master. In the eyes of the palace master, this was not a big deal. Yang Chen was now the young palace master. There was no difference between keeping it in the hands of Yang Chen and the hands of the palace master. At least no one at the top of the Chunyang Palace would have an opinion. However, since Yang Chen said so, it did not matter to the palace master to take it back. Anyway, when Yang Chen wanted it, he could take it at any time. It was just a little effort. There was no need to sing a different tune with Yang Chen because of this. If that's the case, then this old man will take it back. The palace master put away the fire seed and then exhorted, "If you need it in the future, come to this old man at any time." Thank you for the palace master's understanding. Yang Chen thanked him very politely. This was the kindness of the elders, and he certainly would not refuse it. But then again, it seems that the sect does owe you a lot of things. The palace master suddenly said, "You made a great contribution in the past. The sect allowed you to enter the secret pavilion at any time to see what good things you needed, but you never went in. Anyway, you have nothing to do, you can go in and see." This was the reward that Yang Chen received for his continuous contributions in the past. Yang Chen naturally did not forget it. However, he did not think that he could find anything in the secret pavilion of the Chunyang Palace. It seemed that except for the fire seed of the pure yang true fire of the 7th grade, there was nothing that could move Yang Chen. With Yang Chen's current net worth, how could it be easy to look at the property that the ancestors of the Chunyang Palace had worked hard to accumulate? However, since it was the kindness of the elders, Yang Chen would naturally not disobey. In his previous life, Yang Chen did not have the opportunity to enter the secret pavilion. He had never been qualified. This time, he could go in and open his eyes to make up for the regret of his previous life. Chapter 1162. The secret pavilion of Chunyang Palace was not very special. It was also an independent space. The space was not large. It was about the same size as the secret plane where Yang Chen found the praying mantis. However, even so, it was still dozens of miles in radius. When Yang Chen came in, it seemed empty. There were no living things in the secret pavilion, just a small mountain. What's more, there was not even a house. At first, Yang Chen didn't know where to look for suitable things. His spiritual awareness began to explore subconsciously, and soon Yang Chen had to smile bitterly. I don't know if the ancestors of the Pure Yang Palace were lazy, or if they intended to test the disciples' luck. The good things in the secret pavilion were scattered in various places. The disciples who entered the secret pavilion basically had to play a treasure hunting game. Yang Chen guessed that Chunyang Palace was still too poor at that time. If there were not many masters, it was not realistic to build a set of beautiful houses in the secret pavilion, so it had been left to the present. If there was a chance in the future, he still had to build the secret pavilion of the sect well. In the secret pavilion, most of the spiritual awareness was blocked, but for Yang Chen, this degree of spiritual awareness shielding could not affect much. At least under the exploration of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, at least a quarter of the land could be clearly known. Speaking of it, the ancestors of Chunyang Palace were not a rich sect. Except for the ancestors, there were no decent masters. Therefore, although the things in the secret pavilion were good things in the previous Chunyang Palace, there was almost nothing that could make Yang Chen look at it. Yang Chen easily found the fire seed of pure yang true fire again. The 7th grade fire seed was not carefully placed, as if it was thrown in at will. This fire seed had just been returned by Yang Chen. At present, he could only absorb the 5th grade fire seed. There was no way to move the 7th grade fire seed. Therefore, Yang Chen would not have any ideas about the 7th grade fire seed. He just put it away casually and then continued to look for other good things. It could be seen that most of the good things were added in the past few hundred years. There were several magic weapons that looked very good. Yang Chen could also find traces of refining from them. In addition, there were a lot of good flying sword. Yang Chen remembered that it seemed that he got it from the secret plane of Taishimin. A part of it was handed over to the sect, and now it has become a reward in the secret pavilion. Since he had already entered the secret pavilion, his own sect, Yang Chen did not mind helping the sect. The magic weapons that he saw were all erased by Xiao Tian from all the refiner's aura on the magic weapons and became clean. In the future, if there were disciples of Chunyang Palace who entered the secret pavilion and got these magic weapons, because of Yang Chen's efforts, they could save at least a few decades of hard work. Anyway, the benefits were obtained by the disciples of his own sect. The meat was rotten in the pot. This kind of effort was easy for Yang Chen to do. After walking for a while, Yang Chen found the trace of the questioning inner heart pill and also the 100-year pill. These 2 kinds of medicinal pills, even in the Chunyang Palace, were regarded as the treasures of the palace. Only by making enough contributions to the sect could they have the opportunity to enter the secret pavilion and find suitable magic weapons or medicinal pills for themselves. This was the reward measure of the sect. Of course, Yang Chen would not say anything about it. However, so far, Yang Chen has not found what he needs. Whether it was medicinal pills or magic weapons, it was not what Yang Chen was interested in. Speaking of it, most of the things in this secret pavilion were now related to Yang Chen. Whether Yang Chen could enter the secret pavilion or not, whether he could find things or not, it seemed that there was not much impact on Yang Chen. However, soon Yang Chen found something different. It was more than a dozen jade slips. The jade slips that could be placed in the secret pavilion by the ancestors of the sect were naturally not ordinary. Yang Chen immediately became spirited and quickly rushed to the side of the first jade slip. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, this jade slip was a very profound cultivation method. It seemed that at least the Dashang stage could be cultivated. Water attribute cultivation method. Yang Chen shook his head with slight regret. The cultivation method did not have much meaning for Yang Chen. No matter how powerful the cultivation method was, it was not as good as the original cultivation method. That was, Yang Chen could be allowed to find what he liked in the secret pavilion at will. If it was replaced by anyone else, after coming in and touching the first thing, they would be involuntarily sent out of the secret pavilion. If it was a magic weapon or medicinal pill, it could be taken away, but if it was something like a jade slip, it could only be returned after consulting. Throwing away the jade slip in his hand, Yang Chen came to the location of the next jade slip. When his spiritual awareness explored it, he suddenly became spirited. On this jade slip, the ancestral master had personally recorded his fire tribute cultivation experience. The part about the fire was recorded in great detail, especially for the control of pure yang true fire. It was a very insightful view. Yang Chen was overjoyed, even if he had tens of thousands of years of fire control experience in his previous life. But this part of the ancestors' special for pure yang true fire was also an extremely precious thing for Yang Chen. Under the great joy, Yang Chen sat down on the spot and began to slowly review the experience. Comparing it with his own understanding, he sat for more than 10 days. It couldn't be helped but be said that those who could establish their own sect were definitely geniuses among geniuses. The fire control experience left by the ancestor even for Yang Qin, was a very useful supplement. Just looking at the records for a long time, Yang Chen felt that his ability to control fire seemed to have improved. In the secret pavilion, of course, Yang Chen could not easily experiment, but these things of the ancestor were firmly remembered in his mind. Don't look at the experience left before the ascension. It was enough for Yang Qin to collect pure yang true fire at the right time. Just this piece of jade slip was already worth Yang Qin entering this secret pavilion. With this harvest, Yang Chen naturally would not let go of other jade slips and began to look at them one by one. Some jade slips that recorded advanced cultivation methods. Yang Chen basically skimmed over them first. There was a piece of jade slip that recorded several unique pill recipes. Yang Chen paid special attention to it. The pill recipe was not a complicated pill recipe. For Yang Chen, it basically belonged to the kind with no difficulty, but these pill recipes seemed to have very precious raw materials. After the success of refining, there was also a very significant feature: expensive. Moreover, these pill recipes seemed to have a better effect on mortals than on cultivators. But Yang Qin attached great importance to it, not for anything else, but one of these pill recipes was called longevity pill. So far, Yang Qin had never heard of this kind of longevity pill in the immortal world except for the Taishang Laojun and the South Pole Immortal One. Chapter 1163. Although the lifespan of the cultivators has increased greatly after cultivation, it is not without restrictions. The cultivators will also grow old and their lifespan will be exhausted. If they can't make a significant breakthrough in their cultivation base, they will be trapped in a realm and unable to improve and eventually die. It could greatly increase the lifespan of mortals. In fact, it was very easy to do. Many things could effectively improve the physique of mortals. When the physique was improved, the lifespan would naturally increase. It was very simple to extend life. For cultivators, it was not so easy. The physique of the cultivators itself had been greatly improved. It was not easy to do this simply by relying on medicinal pills. It was just like being unable to directly improve one's cultivation base. It was very difficult. However, the longevity pill on the jade slip did not simply rely on this method to increase one's lifespan. Of course, there was this reason, so the effect was very good for mortals. But there was such a small part that was still different. Even for cultivators, it was also useful, but the effect was not as obvious as for mortals. Who was Yang Qin? The only 5th grade alchemy grandmaster in the mortal world. With the insight of the great principal golden immortal, he naturally discovered the specialties at a glance. Speaking of which, the uniqueness of this kind of longevity pill was to supplement people's lifespan in a way similar to supplementing life essence. It was purely to supplement people's lifespan. There was no other effect. It would not deepen the cultivation base. It would not stimulate the potential in advance. It was simply to supplement life. The relationship between the various medicinal materials on the pill recipe was very harmonious. It was obviously the work of an expert. The technique of alchemy was gentle and belonged to the most orthodox kind that would not have any side effects. If it was purely based on the alchemy technique, as long as there was a 4th grade alchemy master, it could completely meet the needs. However, if it was just a 4th grade alchemy master, he would not be able to refine the longevity pill even if he was beaten to death. This kind of longevity pill had a very harsh condition. That was, when refining, it required 2 specific 7th grade fire seeds. Pure Yang True Fire, pure Yin True Fire. These 2 7th grade fire seeds were the necessary fire seeds to refine the longevity pill. As long as you have these 2 kinds of fire seeds, as long as you reach the level of a 4th grade alchemy master, as long as there are enough medicinal materials, you can refine the longevity pill. Seeing this condition, Yang Chen finally knew why the elixir recipe of the prolonging life pill was in the secret chamber of Chunyang Palace. It seemed that in addition to those wild fire seeds that no one knew where else existed, the pure Yang True Fire could only be found in the treasures left by the ancestors of the Chunyang Palace. Other sect wouldn't be able to find such a precious fire seed even if they wanted to. Just one kind of pure yang true fire was already so difficult to find, not to mention another kind of pure yin true fire that was directly comparable to pure yang true fire. The power of the two types of true fire was exactly the same, but one was yin and the other was yang. When refining pills, yin and yang had to complement each other in order to succeed. Under such harsh conditions, even if a rich and imposing sect like the Taishaman's Danding sect could find a fire seed, there was almost no one who could control two kinds of fire seeds at the same time. A 7th grade fire seed was enough to make people dominate the world, not to mention two at the same time. Yang Qin thought about it, and he couldn't think of anyone who could use two 7th grade fire seeds at the same time, except for himself. With this idea, Yang Qin suddenly felt a little guilty. Perhaps Li Qing could also do it. The pure yang true fire was in this secret chamber, but the pure yin true fire had never been heard of anywhere. Even if Yang Qin had obtained a lot of 7th grade fire seeds from the major sect, there was no trace of the pure yin true fire. It seemed that he could use the pure yin true fire as a target to look for. The principle recorded in the elixir recipe of this kind of prolonging life pill was already understood by Yang Qin, but the effect of the elixir was not good for cultivators. Yang Qin was very confident that on the basis of this elixir, he could research the real prolonging life pill that could greatly increase the lifespan of cultivators. This was not the same as the 100-year pill that directly improved the cultivation base, but simply increased the lifespan. After taking the 100-year pill, it was possible to increase the lifespan by breaking through. But in order to resolve the side effects of the 100-year pill, it would take a longer time. However, it was different to simply increase the lifespan. Although the time of breakthrough would be delayed, everything was obtained by one's own cultivation, so naturally it could not be compared. There was no direct side effect of improving the cultivation base. For those who were approaching the end of their lifespan and could not break through, it was simply a perfect, life-saving medicine, even better than the 100-year pill. Since Yang Qin chose to be an alchemist as his identity in this life, Yang Qin certainly had to conduct in-depth research on the path of alchemy. It was definitely not enough to rely on his past achievements. With the level of Yang Qin's previous life, he was at most a 6th grade alchemist master. Basically, it was not surprising when he arrived in the spiritual world, and the only way to improve his level of alchemy was to study and create his own elixir. Just as you can never become a real scholar by following the textbook, you always have to overcome a difficult topic to be recognized as a master. Coming to the secret chamber, he found such a good thing. A good topic, Yang Qin was naturally overjoyed. The experience of the ancestor, coupled with the elixir recipe of this prolonging life pill, was enough to make Yang Qin's trip worthwhile. But surprises always came inadvertently. An ancient jade slip. He didn't know how long it had been kept. When Yang Qin picked it up and looked at it casually, he jumped up and was surprised. What was recorded on this jade slip turned out to be the 3rd fire true secret art that Yang Qin couldn't find. Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art. Now only the 3rd fire true secret art has not been found. Unexpectedly, it appeared in front of his eyes inadvertently. How could it not make Yang Qin ecstatic? How could there be such a 3rd fire true secret art in the secret chamber of Chunying Palace? Yang Qin couldn't think of it, even if he broke his head. But what was recorded on the jade slip in front of him was not the fake 3rd fire true secret art. Yang Qin saw it from beginning to end. With his knowledge, he could immediately distinguish the authenticity. This was the real 3rd fire true secret art. How was this possible? It was not an exaggeration at all to say that one could wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching only to find it effortlessly. Was there anything more dramatic than this? If he knew that there was a 3rd fire true secret art in the secret chamber of Chunying Palace, why would Yang Qin have to go around looking for it, racking his brains to search for memories in his mind? Yang Qin almost couldn't wait to remember the 3rd fire true secret art firmly in his mind. The huge surprise made Yang Qin lose his temper. Fortunately, it was in the secret chamber and he was alone. Otherwise, if it was seen by others, it would definitely be a joke for Yang Qin for many years. Blessings were unparalleled. Today, Yang Qin's face was already full of joy. After going out, he must ask the head of the palace, which ancestor passed down this third fire true secret art. How could he offer a few sticks of incense to thank the ancestor? Chapter 1164. You asked where this third fire true secret art came from. The head of the palace looked at Yang Qin in front of him and looked at him with a very strange look. In fact, this is also related to you. When Yang Qin came out of the secret pavilion, he asked about the third fire true secret art, which made the head of the palace a little stunned. However, he did not hide it, but directly began to explain to Yang Qin. Related to me? Yang Qin frowned. He thought about it. He couldn't remember when he got the third fire true secret art, and he also handed it over to the head of the palace. However, since the palace master said so, it would not be a fake, so he continued to listen. The master of the Luo family, Luo Yuan, didn't he chase you? The head of the palace first mentioned Luo Yuan, and then talked about the whole incident. Many years ago, when Yang Qin and Sun Qingxue went out to experience together, they once took Sun Qingxue into the secret plane. In addition to getting a lot of praying mantis puppets, the other biggest gain was the third fire true essence. Coming out of the secret plane, Yang Qin and Sun Qingxue were chased by Luo Yuan, a master of the late Deshang stage. At that time, Yang Qin relied on the high speed of the shuttle to send Sun Qingxue back to Blue Cloud Sect, and with Luo Yuan began to fly a kite on the vast sea. In the end, with the help of the big octopus, Laning, Luo Yuan was killed. At that time, the reason why Luo Yuan chased Yang Qin was to get the third fire true essence. After Luo Yuan's death, Yang Qin also searched Luo Yuan's body, but did not find any whereabouts of the third fire true secret art. At that time, it was left unsettled. However, Chunyang Palace had just improved their strength at that time. They couldn't bear to see someone have evil thoughts on their own genius disciple, so they directly sent people to destroy the Luo family. The treasures accumulated by the Luo family over the years naturally belonged to Chunyang Palace. Among them was this piece of third fire true secret art jade slip. Because it was the original cultivation method, the palace master put the third fire true secret art in the secret pavilion for meritorious disciples to cultivate. However, the conditions for practicing the third fire true secret art were harsh. One must have the third fire true essence, so no one had chosen it until Yang Qin asked. Yang Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he felt lucky. At that time, the third fire true secret art could not be found on Luo Yuan, and the Luo family kept this thing in the family. Fortunately, there was Luo Yuan in the past. Otherwise, Yang Qin did not know where to find the third fire true secret art. For others, it is difficult to cultivate the third fire true secret art because there is no third fire true essence. But for Yang Qin, there was no problem. The third fire true essence had already been prepared. Everything was ready. Only the east wind was missing. Now that the third fire true secret art was also in hand, Yang Qin couldn't wait to complete the Great Yin and Yang Five Elements secret art. Gathering the Great Yin and Yang Five Elements secret art. This was a complete wish of Yang Qin after his rebirth, and success was imminent. Yang Qin didn't even have the leisure to talk more with the palace master. After understanding the reason, he immediately left, returned to his own small courtyard, went into the dragon palace, and began to retreat. For the first time, the palace master saw Yang Qin so anxious. It seemed that such a situation only happened after Gao Yu was seriously injured last time. However, Yang Qin was a fire attribute innate spirit root, and it was no wonder that he found the third fire true secret art. It was inevitable that he would be excited, but he did not have too much guilt. After Yang Qin went back, he sat in the dragon palace for at least half a day, Then he suppressed his excitement and began to practice according to the third fire true secret art. Yang Chen has already cultivated 9 kinds of original cultivation methods, and his experience was so rich that no one could match it. The last kind of third fire true secret art, Yang Chen's innate spirit root attribute, coupled with the understanding of the fire attribute in his previous life, the cultivation was simply a piece of cake. In just 4 months, the third fire true secret art in Yang Chen's body was completely transformed into the third fire true essence and began to flow in the body. As soon as the third fire true secret art was successfully cultivated, it directly caused a chain reaction. The great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art was finally formed, and the 10 kinds of spiritual power were all the most original spiritual power and instantly began to affect each other. Because of the time of cultivation, some of the original spiritual power was deep, and some of the spiritual power was shallow. This was a normal phenomenon. But when the great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art began to operate fully, all the spiritual power was like one, and began to flow according to the Yin and Yang 5 elements. Metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood, wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, earth gave birth to metal. The 5 elements gave birth to each other, and all the spiritual power began to skyrocket under the stimulation of the mutual generation attribute. The total amount of all the spiritual power under this nature of the 5 elements began to slowly balance. The least third fire spirit power, the total amount increased wildly, and the most 5th earth true essence was slowly decreasing and gradually converging. In the end, the total amount of all the spiritual power became almost exactly the same. Then the circulation of the Yin and Yang 5 elements began. Metal restrained wood, wood restrained earth, earth restrained water, water restrained fire, fire restrained metal. The 5 elements restrained each other. All the original spiritual power began to restrain each other again, and the total amount continued to decrease. This situation appeared when Yang Chen began to cultivate the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art. The positive Yin and Yang 5 elements increased the spiritual power, but the negative Yin and Yang 5 elements consumed the spiritual power, and at the same time, it polished all the spiritual power to become more and more pure. Because of the lack of a kind of third fire true essence, it has not been able to reach the point of perfection. Now that the great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art was completed, all the spiritual power began this positive and negative cycle process. In less than 6 months, the Yin and Yang 5 elements spirit power in Yang Chen's body was condensed into an abnormally pure state. This condensing effect was far better than the effect of purifying the spiritual power in each of the original true secrets art cultivation methods. Just like this, the quality of the original spiritual power in Yang Chen's body was almost as good as Li Cheng's. However, Yang Chen also knew that there was still a big gap between him and Li Cheng. He had already had such an adventure. He really didn't know how Li Cheng did all this. The great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art was completed. Even if there was a negative 5 elements that constantly consumed and condensed the spiritual power, the speed of Yang Chen's spiritual power growth still surprised Yang Chen. Even if he couldn't say that it was 10 times faster than before, but it was still 3 times faster. In just half a year, Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation base directly rushed to the peak of the middle Yuanying stage, and it seemed that he was only 1 step away from being able to step into the late Yuanying stage. This was the result of Yang Chen's constant attention to the condensation of spiritual power. If he let go, he believed that he could reach the late Yuanying stage, but it was just a matter of turning over his hand. There was another complete change in his sea of consciousness. The Yang fire dragon of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, after adding the third fire true secret art, was also like a yin fire dragon. The scales and claws appeared, and the carvings became lifelike. Chapter 1165. Originally, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire only had the 4th fire true essence and no 3rd fire true essence, so the development was not balanced. This was also the reason why Yang Qin did not dare to absorb more advanced fire seeds, for fear of the devastating consequences after this balance was completely broken. Now that the third fire true essence was finally completed, there was no need to worry about the imbalance of yin and yang, and the yin-yang heaven-burning fire could finally absorb those fifth-grade fire seeds and scrupulously. The change in the sea of consciousness not only made the yang fire dragon become more and more lifelike, but also directly led to the further growth of the spiritual awareness. The spiritual awareness of the seventh grade of the human immortal, even with the powerful cultivation method of the three purities secret art, has not grown significantly in the more than 100 years after leaving the demon continent. No way, compared to the spirit stones that have been growing step by step for more than 100 years. The seventh grade of the human immortal was a bit too huge, so that it could not show an obvious effect at all. But at this moment, the growth of the spiritual awareness that had been stagnant for a long time came again, and Yang Chen's spiritual awareness directly crossed two realms and rushed to the ninth grade of the human immortal. Only a little bit more. He could enter the realm of the earth immortal. The three purities secret art finally showed the powerful essence again. The sea of consciousness suddenly expanded several times and then began to shrink slowly. Between the condensation and compression of the spiritual awareness, the sea of consciousness had become stronger than steel. Then, Yang Chen found that the gap between his spiritual power cultivation base and spiritual awareness cultivation base seemed to be big enough to reach the edge of the split of the spiritual awareness again. Shocked by this result, Yang Chen hurriedly stopped the cultivation of the three purities secret art. It seems that for a long time in the future he could only work hard to cultivate and let the growth of his spiritual power cultivation base catch up with the growth of his spiritual awareness as soon as possible. All the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword. All the finished products were taken out and carefully sacrificial refining again. Anyway, Yang Chen had enough good materials on him, and this sacrificial refining added a lot of them. Every flying sword was carefully sacrificial refining, the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art, and the universe treasure raising secret art took turns, and almost all the flying sword's quality was improved by a small realm. This round of refinement took more than 3 years. In addition to the flying sword, Yang Chen did not favor one over the other. The medicine garden, the profound spirit furnace, the golden bell, the rope hook, the wine gourd, the flying shuttle, the sea jasper cup, and the medicine nourishing gourd were all refined in turn and then nourished by themselves. After he was done with all this, Yang Chen counted on his fingers. It had already been close to 10 years. As he was immersed in refining the magic treasure, he did not notice the passage of time. Now that everything was done, he felt that he should come out of seclusion to take a look. However, as soon as he came out of the Dragon Palace, he found that there seemed to be something wrong with his courtyard. However, he was unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. "You came out of seclusion." A slightly familiar yet still unfamiliar female voice rang in Yang Chen's ears, and the voice seemed to be filled with surprise. Yang Chen turned his head and saw 2 faces that he would never have expected to see. One was the female elder of the Taishimin, Tao Junki, and the other was the genius disciple of the Qiankuan sect, Shi Wushuang. What was going on? How could the people of the Taishimin and the Qiankuan sect appear in the small courtyard where he was in seclusion? In the midst of his surprise, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness suddenly found that a few figures that made people speechless were coming towards this side. Looking at the almost identical body shape, Yang Chen knew without asking that these must be the 5 Morong sisters of the 5 Elements sect. He had actually cultivated in seclusion for 10 years under the eyes of these female disciples of the Taishimin, the 5 Elements sect, and the Qiankuan sect. This discovery made Yang Chen almost have goosebumps all over his body. What had happened to the sect? Could it be that it had been exterminated again? How could such a thing happen? When his spiritual awareness expanded outward, Yang Chen was slightly relieved. The familiar figures around him were still the disciples of the Chunyang Palace. Everyone seemed to be normal. Even the original servants of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling in Yang Chen's courtyard were still there. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. In just a while, 5 beautiful figures that were exactly the same appeared in front of Yang Chen. They were the 5 Morong sisters of the 5 Element sect. In addition to Tao Junki and Shi Wushuang, the 3 major sex female protagonists who proposed marriage for him were all here. Yang Chen has 10,000 years of memories of his previous life, and even has 4 beautiful and unparalleled wives. But Yang Chen has never experienced such a situation. He didn't know what to say. He just said these 2 words and didn't know what to say. He was stunned in place. You are in seclusion here, and there are not a few capable people to serve you, so we will help you take care of it. Fairy Qing Mu Shi Wushuang was worthy of being the most skillful. Her face was calm with a smile that made people feel cordial. With her peerless appearance, things were explained very clearly in a few words. Just after Fairy Qing Mu finished speaking, Tao Junki went on to add, "The head of the palace has agreed to this matter. If you need anything, you can tell us." The style of the royal sister, coupled with her high status in the mortal world, with such an attitude to talk to Yang Chen, gave people a different kind of attraction. Although the 5 Morong sisters next to her did not say much, they all nodded in unison. The 5 identical, peerless, enchanting women made the same movements, which made people feel relaxed and happy. What made Yang Chen feel strange was that in the tone of their conversation with Yang Chen, they only used the title you, as if they were communicating with a person of the same generation. This was very unusual. Not to mention others, Tao Junki was definitely higher in seniority than Yang Chen. It was not an exaggeration to casually call Yang Chen a kid. Now they were all talking in this tone. How could Yang Chen feel comfortable? Wasn't the marriage proposal rejected in the past? What changes have occurred this time? I just came out of seclusion. I will go to see the elders in the palace first. Yang Chen subconsciously used this reason to resist for a while, at least to find the master of the palace and ask them clearly. So far, Yang Chen's brain was full of fog. Palace master, Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and the 5 Morong sisters, what is going on? In the meeting hall with several restrictions, Yang Chen faced all the high-level officials and asked the head of the palace with a wry smile. Oh, we agreed to their matter. The head of the palace replied very casually, but others don't say. Tao Junki is an elder of Taishimen. Yang Chen did not understand, but this matter could not be casually agreed. He quickly found a reason first. Taishimen have always wanted to harm my Chunyang Palace. What's wrong with Taishimen? They are allowed to take the idea of our sect, but we can't collect some interest? They can't take all the good things, right? Before the head of the palace answered, Wang Yong, the master ancestor of Yang Chen, had already replied very loudly, Yang Chen, I order you as the master ancestor to sleep with her. Chapter 1166. Wang Yong's fierceness made Yang Chen speechless for a while. When he turned his eyes to the elders seemed to be laughing and watching the show. He really didn't know what everyone was thinking. How could they let those women go outside his retreat? Once they had any evil intentions, although Yang Chen could not protect himself, he would inevitably expose many secrets. For example, the Dragon Palace or others. This was what Yang Chen was not happy about. Master, what about senior sister? In the face of his own ancestor, Yang Chen couldn't talk back too much, but he still had to argue, so he immediately asked, They are the wives, and these are the concubines. What can I do? Sure enough, Wang Yong had already thought of a countermeasure. He made the decision as if he was the master of the house. When you sit, they stand. When you eat, they serve. Such a good thing, are you not happy? Yang Chen was speechless again. It seemed that he couldn't communicate too much with the ancestor. He turned to the head of the palace and asked carefully, Palace master, didn't you already refuse at the time? How can there be future troubles? The three major sects are dead to you. The head of the palace also smiled helplessly. Shortly after you retreated, they came to the door and said that the rumors outside were unbearable, and they could not raise their heads. For the sake of their own reputation, they can't let outsiders make it worse, so they can only recognize you. Kid, your luck is not shallow. Elder Sue next to him smiled and joked the beautiful female disciples of the five major sect are all in one net. There is no more beautiful man in the world than you. Elder Sue was not lying. In terms of status, Yang Chen may not be able to catch up with the sect master of the big sect for the time being. But from this point of view, there was really no more beautiful man than Yang Chen. There were so many incomparably beautiful women, and all of them were from famous families with high cultivation. Any one of them would have countless fans, and all of them were actually pestering Yang Chen. Even if he didn't have the title of an alchemist, it was enough to make him famous. Speaking of which, the top management of Chunyang Palace probably had no other way. The three great sect actually used this kind of shameless method to force their own female disciples over, so they had no choice but to accept them, no matter how the head of the palace and the others euphemistically refused. These women were determined to be Yang Chen. In addition, the three major sect added fuel to the fire, and these women threatened with their own reputation. Even the head of the palace could not bear the pressure in the end. In a situation where he couldn't immediately fall out with them, he could only agree to let them interact with Yang Chen for a period of time. If they could get along well, then everything would be fine. If it doesn't work, then we'll talk about something else. But everyone understood that since the women came prepared, they would definitely not give up until they achieved their goal. How could they have discord with Yang Chen? In front of Yang Chen, they would definitely be obedient, and maybe there would be other tricks to help them. All the success or failure seemed to be on Yang Chen. Wang Yong was also angry with this matter, so he would say those words to vent his anger. Otherwise, how could a Deshang stage elder, who was highly respected, say such words as sleeping with her? Was it because of him? Yang Chen had a helpless smile on his face. This was really a person sitting at home, and disaster came from the sky. Since the last time he helped Mu Mingyuan, he had been in the sect's retreat for alchemy and cultivation. He didn't go out of the door. Could this also attract a bunch of beautiful women? If it was someone else, maybe they wouldn't know how happy they would be to be smashed by this golden pie falling from the sky. But how could Yang Chen not know the key to it? Where was this happiness? It was clearly a bunch of trouble. Now he just came out and saw the head of the palace and the elders. He hadn't seen his wives yet. Who knew how to explain it to them? This was really inexplicable and inexplicable. How can this disciple be so unlucky? Yang Chen said with a bitter face, "What should I do? A few beautiful women favor you. Others are envious of your boundless luck. And you still have this kind of expression?" Wang Yong also knew that there was a lot of trouble. But for the time being, Chunyang Palace did not have the capital to fall out with the three major sect, so he could only delay it like this. It's not a big deal to get along with each other first. If it doesn't work, I will say that it is not suitable. If you are an alchemy master, it is better than the sect directly refusing. It had to be said that although Yang Chen did not go out much recently, the limelight was a bit big. Not to mention the 100-year pill. Even the acquired spirit root was made. With such a posture, he was definitely the most outstanding one among the group of people with a limitless future. It was impossible for the three major sect not to be tempted. Such a talent, in any case, must have a little relationship with him, creating a situation of traveling to their own sect. Now the development of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect in the past few hundred years has vaguely exceeded the expectations of the three major sect, and all of them were related to Yang Chen. Since they couldn't kill him, they must have a relationship with him. Otherwise, their own sect would fall further and further, which was not what any sect was willing to see. Taishanmen did not have such worries. Anyway, in a few decades, the universe everlasting spirit suppressing formation would begin to operate. At that time, not to mention the four major sect. Even if the four major sect joined up, they would not be able to catch up with the pace of development of Taishinmen. However, wasn't there a problem of avoiding suspicion? Everyone was worried, only you were not worried. What did this mean? Could it be that there was a secret? When the universe everlasting spirit-suppressing formation was exposed, the trouble would be even bigger. It was better to advance and retreat with everyone for the time being. At most, a female elder would be wronged. Moreover, if she could really have a good relationship with Yang Chen, Tao Junkie would not be wronged at all. If Yang Chen wanted medicinal pills, he had medicinal pills and spirit stones. He would never disgrace his own elder. Maybe Elder Tao would take a big advantage in the end. Even if he did not rely on the universe, everlasting essence, suppressing formation, Elder Tao could have a good home. The three major sect jointly pressured. Even the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect had to reluctantly agree. On the side of Chunying Palace, it was even more impossible to have too many obstacles. No matter what the head of the palace said, they were determined that their reputation would be damaged. No one could say anything. Speaking of which, didn't Sher Shanshan of the Green Jade Immortal Island use the same reason to slowly marry Yangchen at the beginning? Why can you use it, but other sects can't use it? The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect finally had nothing to say, and Chunyang Palace was even more helpless. Since you are determined that you can't provoke the Green Jade Immortal Island, could it be that my Taishman's Chinquan sect and the Five Element sect are easy to provoke? Chapter 1167. So, when Yang Qin came out of seclusion, he saw 7 female masters who could shake the heavens and the earth, standing at his door like a virtuous little wife, waiting for him without saying a word. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling naturally knew about this, but the head of the palace and several elders couldn't help it. Under the persuasion, the 2 women were also somewhat dumbfounded and could only acquiesce to them like this. However, the 2 women simply hid far away from the sect's task. They didn't want to see Yang Chen entanglement with several beauties. After saying these things, Yang Chen and the elders were speechless for a while in the council hall. The head of the palace remembered and asked about the effect of Yang Chen's retreat. Your cultivation is good, but when you come out, your mood is very bad. Yang Chen still hasn't been able to fully accept the fact that the elders of his own sect have kicked him into the fire pit, and his answer was weak. There is nothing big in the sect. Everything is in order. You can solve them with peace of mind. The head of the palace also couldn't bear it. He could only drop the sentence, and then no longer said anything. Anyway, as long as you are careful, you will not suffer. The ancestor Wang Yong once again comforted him. Since they have delivered themselves to the door, then let's eat them clean. Whether you recognize the account or not depends on whether you are happy or not. For Wang Yong, his own grand disciple, was so promising, he also had a face. As he said, as long as there was no problem with Yang Chen's safety, the beauties would never be a loss. At Wang Yong's realm, many things were also very open. Since the purpose of the other party was clear, there was no need to hide it. They should eat, drink, and take advantage of it. It was not a big deal to give them a little discount in the end. Anyway, as long as it did not surpass the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, it was better than now, and no one could pick out the thorns. After all, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect had cooperated many times from the beginning, and their friendship was not ordinary. In the memories of Yang Chen's previous life, even among the immortals, there was no lack of lustful immortals. In any case at that level, as long as it wasn't forced, everyone would be willing, and it would be a wonderful story for outsiders to talk about. However, Yang Chen had never thought that after his rebirth, before he had even transcended the tribulation and ascended, he would already be known as a lecher. How could a pure man who had maintained his virginity in his previous life endure this? What's more, it would be a wonderful story if both parties were willing and did not force each other. But now, it was obvious that he was the one being forced, and he had no place to reason with. Was there still justice in this world? Not to mention a perfected golden immortal. Even the Jade Emperor and the 3 pure Taoist ancestors would not be able to do anything about it. Needless to say, Yang Chen was now in the middle Yuanying stage. So what if he could kill a Deshang stage master? Even if he could kill a worldly immortal, he couldn't kill those beauties, right? He wanted to find Gao Yu and Gong Sunling to relieve his depression. But Yang Chen found that the 2 women were not in Chunying Palace at all. It was estimated that they were angry and left far away. There was never a moment when Yang Chen looked at his courtyard and had a feeling that he didn't want to go back. In the past, as long as he thought that Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were waiting for him there, his heart would feel warm. But now it was only a burst of depression. The disciples of Chunying Palace, whether they were elders or juniors, when they saw Yang Chen, they all smiled and congratulated him. Who could know the sorrow in Yang Chen's heart at the moment? Even if he was reluctant, Yang Chen had to return to his courtyard to face the 7 girls. Bracing himself, Yang Chen walked into his courtyard. As Yang Chen expected, the 7 girls were waiting for him in the courtyard. "You're back." Tao Junki was the oldest and the most senior. She stood in the middle, like a wife welcoming her husband home, and greeted him very virtuously. After 10 years of closed-door training, you haven't been exposed to worldly affairs. You must be bitter. Shi Wushuang smiled and arranged on the side. Sister Morong has prepared some wine and dishes. You can taste their cooking. While she was talking, the Morong 5 sisters had already brought up a few trays from behind. Before Yang Chen could react, the small stone table in the courtyard had been covered with several delicate-looking dishes, as well as a jade pot and a jade cup. The wine had not yet been poured out, but the fragrance of the wine had already reached his nose. Yang Chen loved delicious food, good wine, good tea, and good clothes. These habits seemed to have been spread out a long time ago. Even his 4 wives had mastered a craft because of Yang Chen's hobbies. Of course, now they also had a reputation of being a good beauty. Shi Wushuang and the others were very familiar with Yang Chen's hobbies, but they didn't know if the Morong sisters had learned their cooking skills recently. Since the beauties had already made their moves, if Yang Chen ignored them, it would be really rude. Yang Chen simply gritted his teeth. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. He sat down with a golden knife and picked up the jade chopsticks that had been placed on the table, ready to enjoy it. Before Yang Chen could choose a dish, one of the Morong sisters rushed ahead of him. She took a jade plate and picked up a dish from the few dishes on the table. She scooped a little with a spoon and placed it in front of Yang Chen. She said shyly, "This is my cooking. Have a taste." During this time, the other Morong sister had already stood behind Yang Chen. She stretched out her jade hand and placed it on Yang Chen's shoulder, massaging it gently. Another woman picked up the wine pot and poured a full cup for Yang Chen. Then the next one picked up a jade cup and brought it to Yang Chen's mouth. When he thought of the 5 sky supporting sisters of the 5 elements sect serving him like this, Yang Chen felt like he was in a dream. He was so shocked that he almost didn't dare to move. "Don't be nervous. My reputation is already involved with yours. We can't get rid of it in this life." The one who spoke was Shi Wushuang, the Greenwood Fairy. She lowered her eyes slightly and said with a slight grievance, "It's not that we are lowly, but you are too outstanding. For the sake of the sect, we are also willing to serve you as slaves or maids. You decide." While Yang Chen was stunned, Tao Junki, who was next to him, also said with a slightly wronged expression, "We don't ask for anything else. We only ask that you take care of our sect in the future." Seeing that Yang Chen's body had stiffened, Shi Wushuang asked in confusion, You don't like this?" For fear of causing Yang Chen's misunderstanding, she quickly explained, "We just know from an old acquaintance of yours that you like these." As Shi Wushuang spoke, Tao Junki had already waved her hand. She grabbed a person from an unknown magic treasure and threw him on the ground. Chapter 1168. Yang Chen still hasn't figured out why these proud women of the 3 major sect would suddenly make such a gesture to please himself. But after seeing the figure on the ground, He was somewhat clear in his heart, and at the same time he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The person on the ground was really an acquaintance of Yang Qin. When Yang Qin and Gong Sunling went to the demon sect to find the seventh metal true essence solution, because their cultivation was relatively low, only in the Jiran realm, they disguised themselves and did as the Romans do. At that time, they met this person on the ground. Lady Fenghua Xiao Fenghua, the elder of Yin Yang Demon School, was invincible in the art of charm and was also a figure of authority in the demon sect. However, because of the plot against Wuji Demon School Yijinxiong at that time, the plan failed, so she was scared and hid directly. Before leaving, Lady Fenghua mistakenly thought that Yang Chen was a descendant of the demon sect who cultivated the jade cultivation method, so she tried her best to seduce Yang Chen. At that time, in addition to Gong Sunling, there were 5 apprentices of Wan Qian around Yang Chen. In order not to be exposed, Yang Chen enjoyed the luck of women at that time. At that time, the 5 women were dressed in revealing clothes, and the service was even more attentive. In addition, Gong Sunling also had the intention to let go of the world with her lover. Yang Chen didn't even need to move his hand. He just stretched out his hand and opened his mouth. Perhaps it was because of the impression left on Lady Fenghua at that time that she thought that he liked the service of beautiful women. So the 7 proud women of the 3 major sect made such a move. Speaking of it, it was not surprising that Lady Fenghua fell into the hands of the 7 girls. Lady Fenghua, who was still trapped in the peak yuanying stage, had no chance to resist in front of Tao Junki, who was in the late Deshang stage, and the 5 Morong sisters who were in the early Deshang stage. Even Shi Wushuang, the Greenwood Fairy, who was also at the peak of the nascent soul realm, was no match for her. It was only natural that he would be captured. Yang Chen was so famous that many people kept his portrait. It was not surprising that Lady Fenghua knew Yang Chen's identity later. However, he didn't expect that things would be so coincidental that Lady Fenghua would fall into the hands of the 7 girls and pass on some bad guesses to them. That was why Yang Chen felt so uncomfortable now. Slave Fenghua greets the master. Although Lady Fenghua was controlled, she was not unconscious and was still conscious. When he saw Yang Chen, he no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. He immediately tidied up his clothes and knelt on the ground respectfully. However, although he knelt very neatly, the curve of his body became more and more prominent, especially the humble posture, which could arouse people's desire. Yang Chen naturally didn't care, but the 7 girls looked at it with a red face. This witch, even the action of greeting, was so tempting. She really was the witch of the demon sex, cheap. Thinking of how Yang Chen really liked this, they were all shy. In the past, Lady Fenghua and Yang Chen played the game of master and slave. Now it was just turning the game of that year into reality. For Lady Fenghua, the most important thing now was to save her life. As for the illusory title, what was the use of it? Yang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart again. It seemed that the 7 girls were really unscrupulous in order to please him. They could even find out the past that had been hidden for so long, which also showed the strength of the 3 major sect. If the 7 girls just put on an obedient posture to please him, Yang Chen didn't mind to pretend to be polite and then send them away. But the problem was that they just showed their position as soon as they came up. First, it was for the reputation of the girls, and second, it was for the sect. To be honest, it was for the sect, but it made Yang Chen unable to resist. Yang Chen couldn't say that he and the sect didn't deal with each other, and he didn't like your sect, so he didn't agree, right? Then, Yang Chen wasn't trying to keep the peace, but he was provoking and causing trouble. Let's have a good talk. Yang Chen could only smile bitterly. Then he shook his shoulders slightly, smiled at the Morong sisters behind him, and reached out to ask them to sit down. This time the girls didn't disobey and they sat down. Seeing that there were no other servants around, Yang Chen glanced at Lady Fenghua, who was kneeling on the ground, and shouted coldly, "Aren't you going to get up and serve me?" He chased away the original servants. The 7 girls probably didn't want others to see them like that. So, at this time, Lady Fenghua became the most suitable servant. Lady Fenghua quickly got up and quickly prepared the tableware for the 7 girls. She placed the wine glasses, took the wine pot, and poured wine for them one by one. Then, she stood behind Yang Qin respectfully. This battle was completely different from the time when they were kneeling. She was cold and aloof, as if she had suddenly turned into a cold and beautiful winter plum. She was as dignified as she could be, and as virtuous as she could be. If everyone didn't know that she was an elder of the demon sect, they might have thought that she was a noble lady. Her ever-changing temperament instantly stunned the 7 girls. When they saw that Yang Chen seemed to be used to it, the 7 girls began to think in their hearts. Could it be that Yang Chen likes this ever-changing temperament? Since you've made it so clear, if I continue to be unreasonable, then I won't be a man. Yang Chen picked up his wine glass and said to the 7 girls, I've tarnished your reputation for no reason, and Yang Chen has nothing to repay you with. I'll drink as a punishment, and if you need me to do anything in the future, I will not refuse. The 7 girls didn't put on airs. They stood up and drank with Yang Chen before they sat back down. The sect has orders, so it's only natural that I've wronged you. I hereby apologize to you for dragging you into this. It's all my fault, and I hope that you can forgive me. Yang Chen apologized again. This kind of thing couldn't be said to be the other party's fault, right? I believe that you are also very wronged, and you don't want to be with a stranger for no reason. Yang Chen organized the wording and slowly said to the 7 girls who were a little shy, It's not that this younger brother is presumptuous, but this kind of big thing, it's also necessary to pay attention to mutual affection, and both parties are willing to be together. This younger brother also feels that it's wrong for you sisters to be forced to be together. Feeling that Yang Chen was going to say the key point, the 7 girls all looked up at Yang Chen. 7 pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Chen, and there were 5 pairs of beautiful eyes that were almost exactly the same. The psychological pressure on Yang Chen was even greater than the 7 Deshang stage enemies that Yang Chen faced. He didn't know why, but Yang Chen's heart suddenly became a little soft. The words of refusal that were originally on his mouth turned into another argument. I think at least we have to get to know each other for a period of time, and then talk about other things in detail. If it feels wrong, we can talk about other things. What do you think? When it came to these words, Yang Chen's voice was almost getting lower and lower, and he couldn't wait to slap himself in the face. Chapter 1169. To be honest, if Yang Chen could choose, Yang Chen would rather choose to fight against 70 enemies than face 7 beautiful women. Even if he had 10,000 years of life experience in his previous life, how could a 10,000-year-old virgin have the experience to deal with relationships? In this life, he had already had 4 wives, but Yang Chen still hadn't learned how to deal with relationships. In fact, it wasn't just Yang Chen. All the cultivators were probably the same. In the world of cultivation, who would value relationships between men and women so much? Many cultivation companions who practiced dual cultivation, in the beginning, just didn't dislike each other. Then, everyone could improve their cultivation through dual cultivation. How could there be a relationship? Even if there was, it was only after a long period of time that they slowly cultivated it. As the saying goes, feelings grow with time. Moreover, cultivators wouldn't easily quarrel over trivial matters. Everyone was an expert, so it was natural for them to get along happily. As soon as Yang Chen said this, the 7 girls' eyes seemed to flash. Yang Chen didn't directly refuse, and he was willing to let everyone understand each other. For the 7 girls, this was a different feeling. The sect wanted them to get close to Yang Chen no matter what and to become Yang Chen's pillow. Compared to Yang Chen, who was so considerate of them and felt wrong for them, it was like heaven and earth. Being born in the sect, they naturally had to repay the sect's kindness. Even if it was just to complete the sect's mission, they had to get close to Yang Chen. Now that Yang Chen was so considerate of their feelings, how could the 7 girls not have a good impression of him? Also, don't always think about pleasing others. It was unknown what was wrong with Yang Chen, but he actually said something that even he wanted to slap himself 1,000,000 times. If I really like you one day, I will definitely like you for who you really are and not deliberately put on a show to please me. Do you understand? All the girls nodded silently. In this atmosphere, Yang Chun hastily ate a tasteless meal with the 7 girls. Then, with the excuse of delivering some new goods to Wanbo Tower, he quickly fled from his courtyard with Lady Fanghua as if they were fleeing from a disaster. The reason why Yang Qin brought Lady Fanghua along was that the demoness had absolute authority in dealing with such matters. It would be a waste not to consult him on such a difficult matter. In Du Qian's room, Yang Chun bluntly greeted Du Qian. Then, he drove Du Qian out and occupied his room. Yang Qin quickly arranged a restriction and began to consult Lady Fanghua. Du Qian, who was confused, was chased out. He watched as Yang Qin quickly set up restrictions in the room. He couldn't help but shake his head. Isn't this junior brother Yang too impatient? He clearly had 7 charming and enchanting women in his courtyard. So where did he bring back such a seductive beauty? If Yang Qin knew what Du Qian was thinking at this moment, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood. His clean reputation of hundreds of years was completely destroyed in one day. At this time, even the people in the sect agreed with Yang Chen's lustful reputation. However, no one would have any opinion on this. Although the young palace master was lustful, it was because he had the ability. Many people relied on Yang Chen's medicinal pills to improve their realms. They felt that their future was bright. Why would they care about such trivial matters? Moreover, when did the young palace master force anyone? Wasn't it all forced? Fanghua, you say, wasn't my performance just now very disappointing? Yang Chen wanted to know Lady Fanghua's opinion, so he asked directly. Lady Fanghua had been serving there. After the initial panic, she found that Yang Chen didn't mean to kill her, so she was delighted. Since she was a child, Lady Fanghua had seen many such things. After she saw the performance of the 7 girls, she was even more convinced that with her own charming means, sooner or later, she could confuse Yang Chen. Master performed very well. Listening to Yang Chen's question, Lady Fanghua flattered without a trace. They are all together, and a lot of words are not suitable to say. It's just right to say it this way. Everyone will not be embarrassed, and there is no reason to be angry. Master handled it very well. What should I do next? Yang Qin also seemed to understand the nature of Lady Fanghua. He directly reached out and took out a medicinal pill and sent it to Lady Fanghua's eyes. Help me come up with some ideas. If the effect is good, this Millennium Appearance Pill is yours. The Appearance Pill was so popular that even if Yang Qin didn't understand it at first, he now understood some women's psychology. Such a medicinal pill was simply the best temptation for a woman like Lady Fanghua. Lady Fanghua couldn't help but help. Really? Lady Fanghua was ecstatic. She stared at the appearance pill between Yang Chen's fingers, and she could no longer look away. Millennium Appearance Pill. Even if Lady Fanghua was asked to strip in front of the entire Chuning Palace, she would probably be willing. Of course. Yang Qin didn't say anything. He reached out and flipped the appearance pill into Lady Fanghua's hand. You are experienced. Just tell me, what should I do next? What is the attitude of the 4 madams? Lady Fanghua was not the kind of person who would not work after getting paid. After getting the appearance pill, she was refreshed and immediately began to ask questions. Of course. She knew that Yang Qin already had 4 wives, Bai Xia, Lu Yin, Han Mei, and Xue Wu. At this time, of course, she wanted to know the reaction of the main wives. They will not oppose my decision. Yang Qin thought for a while and gave this answer. He had confidence in the 4 women, so his answer was also resolute. Master is really the head of the family. Lady Fanghua also couldn't help but marvel. The 4 fairies, Bai Xia, Lu Yin, Han Mei, and Xue Wu, were all famous figures outside. However, they were so obedient in front of Yang Qin. She couldn't help but be convinced. Stop talking nonsense. Yang Chen was a little impatient and directly urged, What should I do? Actually, you don't have to do anything for the time being. Lady Fanghua looked refreshed and hurriedly replied. Now her life was in the hands of Yang Chen at any time, so she couldn't slack off. Master, you have given them hope just now. As long as you find a chance to separate them and get along with them one by one, I believe that with this foundation, they will soon give in. What do you mean? The more Yang Chen listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. He wanted Lady Fanghua to think of a way to reject the 7 girls from the 3 major sects. Why did it sound like he wanted to take them in as well? For the time being, they already have a good impression of you. In addition to the pressure from their respective sects, as long as Master shows his care for their sect at the appropriate time, I believe it won't take long for Master to get what he wants. Lady Fanghua answered with certainty. Pa! Pa! Yang Chen's hand slapped heavily on his forehead. What was going on? Chapter 1170. Needless to ask, Yang Chen only needed to recall the words he asked Lady Fanghua to understand that Lady Fanghua must have reversed his question. What he wanted was a way to refuse the 7 girls of the 3 great sect. But Lady Fanghua was obviously the opposite. Of course, this was because Yang Chen did not make it clear. He hurriedly asked Lady Fanghua what he should do and forgot to say what he wanted to achieve. I mean, how to get rid of them. Yang Chen had to grit his teeth and say this sentence. He was already looking forward to the whole result. Get rid of them? Lady Fanghua was shocked. Why? It was such a good opportunity. If any disciple of the Demon Gate she knew had such an opportunity, he would definitely take all of them into his harem at all costs. They were the disciples of the 3 great sect, the elders of the Taishaman sect, the fairies of the Chenkuan sect, and the 5 sisters of the Morong sect. Not to mention their identity and the cultivation of the Mahayana stage. Just the 5 beauties with the same attributes were enough to make any man's lust explode. Right? Such a good thing came to his door. How could Yang Chen think of pushing it out? Was it because of the 4 wives at home? But Yang Chen just said that as long as he made his own decision, the 4 fairies would definitely not disobey Yang Chen's meaning. He had the 7 beauties, the support of the sect behind him, and the promotion of each sect. This kind of thing would happen naturally. As long as it was done, wouldn't Yang Chen be able to do whatever he wanted in the Dao sect? Chunyang Palace would also change the embarrassment of having no strong backing. If there was a sect that was most likely to become one of the 6 great sects in the future, besides Danding sect, Chunyang Palace was the only one left. It was a good thing for both public and private reasons. Lady Fanghua could not think of a reason for Yang Chen to refuse such a thing, be it from the perspective of the Dao sect or the Demon sect. There was no reason to reject it. Yang Chen, this was he suddenly lacking a mind? Lady Fanghua didn't dare to suggest to Yang Chen to reject the 7 girls for the time being. When she accidentally revealed her whereabouts and was discovered by the 5 Morong sisters, it was truly a tragedy. Since she couldn't defeat him with her cultivation, her charm technique was useless. If she hadn't revealed that she knew Yang Chen in time, she would have been long dead. She was the one who taught the Morong clan sisters how to behave. In the past, when Yang Chen was in the territory of the evil cult, he behaved like this, and the 5 women served him. At that time, the 5 women were still of the metal attribute, and their cultivation base was also low. They were just 5 Jit on stage. How could it be as satisfying as the 5 Morong sisters who had all 5 elements and were all in the early Dishang stage? Greenwood Fairy and Tao Junkie, the 2 who joined later, also let her taste the taste of horror. She thought that she was also a number 1 figure in the demon sect. Now she understood that in the eyes of these big sect, they just didn't want to kill her for the time being. When they wanted her to die, she had to die. Come up with an idea to make the plan of the 7 girls fail? Lady Fanghua didn't have such courage. However, Yang Chen could now control the life and death of Lady Fanghua at any time. which Lady Fanghua had a clear understanding of. It was a pity that she was now caught in the middle of both sides. She didn't even dare to say a word. After thinking about it and weighing it, Lady Fanghua still felt that Yang Chen was relatively less dangerous. Looking at Yang Chen's attitude towards the 7 girls, it seemed that Yang Chen had a fatal weakness. If he didn't make up his mind to kill from the beginning, then Yang Chen would usually be very soft-hearted. This was a flaw that could be used. Yang Chen himself didn't realize it, but it was related to Lady Fanghua's own life, so she could see it clearly. She could only use this to fight for a glimmer of life. Master, if you want to refuse, you should have said it very clearly at the beginning. Lady Fanghua gritted her teeth and began to criticize Yang Chen's approach. Although we cultivators don't care much about this kind of thing, once we give people hope, it will be very troublesome. If you don't make a decision, you will be in chaos. As she spoke, Lady Fanghua secretly observed Yang Chen's reaction, for fear that Yang Chen would be annoyed by her words. After all, she was now using her identity as a servant to criticize her master's approach. Although it was Yang Chen who made the mistake, if Yang Chen became angry out of shame and killed Lady Fanghua to vent his anger, she wouldn't have any room to resist. Seeing that Yang Chen was temporarily annoyed and had no intention of directly taking action, Lady Fanghua also let out a sigh of relief. As long as this was past, the next step would be easy. After all, it was Yang Chen's own mistake. At that time, Yang Chen didn't make it clear. He couldn't blame Lady Fanghua for not reminding him, right? Yang Chen was indeed very regretful. At that time, why did he talk nonsense in the eyes of the 7 girls, as if he had taken the wrong medicine? At that time, it was ridiculous that he thought he had dealt with it very well. Now that Lady Fanghua said it, he realized that he had done a very stupid thing. Giving others hope and then rejecting them flatly would have no other result except to provoke hatred between the 2 sides. If it was someone else, it would be fine. At worst, he could ignore it. But if the other party pushed him too hard, Yang Chen didn't care about destroying the flowers. Even Mysterious Fairy of the 9th Heaven and Fairy Chong, he could be killed by Yang Chen. Why should he be afraid of a few female cultivators in the mortal world? The problem was that those women really couldn't be killed. With the concern of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen couldn't be free of worries. Having the support of the sect was a good thing most of the time, but sometimes it was also an obstacle. The current situation was an obvious one. Then what should I do? After thinking about it, Yang Chen felt that he shouldn't have regretted it so much. However, Yang Chen was obviously not a person who would vent his anger on others. Since Lady Fanghua had pointed this out, Yang Chen wouldn't vent his anger on others. After being distressed for a while, Yang Chen continued to ask, "In fact, Master, this is a good thing for both public and private reasons. Why refuse?" Lady Fanghua carefully looked at Yang Chen's face and said tentatively, if she could really persuade Yang Chen to accept the 7 girls, she could also have an explanation in front of the 7 girls. "You are not me. How do you know that this is a good thing?" Yang Chen completely lost his temper. He could only roll his eyes and ask. Then he immediately realized that he seemed to have indulged Lady Fanghua too much. She actually wanted to change his mind. He immediately became serious again. "Help me think of a way. What should I do? If you have to refuse and don't want to cause the anger of the 3 sects, there is only one way." Lady Fanghua didn't dare to be too presumptuous. If she angered Yang Chen, she would not have a good end now. Maybe the appearance pill would be taken back immediately. She hurriedly said, "Drag it out." Chapter 1171. Drag. Yang Chen listened to the word Lady Fanghua said. After thinking about it, he had to say that it seemed that this was the only way for the time being. However, this was not a complete solution to the problem. The more it was delayed, the more troublesome it would be. Lady Fanghua knew this, and Yang Chen also knew this. But at least that was a matter for the future, and he didn't have to face it right away. And hey, maybe things would be solved naturally later. This is the only way. Yang Qin sighed and said helplessly, looking up at Lady Fanghua. He reached out and grabbed Lady Fanghua, who was not far away. Lady Fanghua was shocked and was about to scream in horror, but found that Yang Chen's hand did not have any strength. Her heart was a little relieved, and she did not resist, letting Yang Chen do what he wanted. Then, Lady Fanghua saw that Yang Chen reached out and grabbed her chest. This action made Lady Fanghua happy in her heart. Could it be that Yang Chen really liked her? While she was surprised, she saw Yang Chen slap her chest between her breasts. This slap was very powerful, and Lady Fenghua's body flew back involuntarily. But the person was still in the air. It had slowly stopped, hovering in the air, and restored the kind of peerless temperament. Yang Chen's palm directly unlocked the Morong Five Sisters ban on Lady Fanghua, allowing her to quickly recover all her cultivation. Lady Fanghua didn't know what Yang Chen's intention was, but it was a good thing that her spiritual power was restored, at least in the face of Yang Chen, who had just reached the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. With her strength at the peak of the Yuanying stage, she no longer had to worry about her own safety. I will unlock your ban. You have to do things for me. Yang Chen was not aware that he was not as strong as Lady Fanghua. He just said with a serious expression, "If you dare to be half-hearted, humph." Along with Yang Chen's snort, a majestic aura emerged from Yang Chen's body and directly affected Lady Fanghua. This aura was dignified and reverent. It carried a kind of irresistible strength as it crashed into Lady Fenghua's sea of consciousness. Long Wei broke out a little bit, and Yang Chen did not dare to use his full strength. But even so, Lady Fanghua, who was at the peak Yuanying stage, could not bear it. The whole person seemed to have encountered the ruler of the world. She did not even hold on for a few breaths, and her legs were soft, and she sat on the ground in horror. That wasn't enough. After a while, he couldn't even sit on the ground. He directly prostrated himself on the ground, not even daring to raise his head. Longwei's power was so strong that Lady Fanghua did not dare to have any disrespectful thoughts in her heart. Deliberately subduing Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen's aura changed and became the aura of the Blood River. Although most of the killing intent had been absorbed by the immortal beheading blade, only the remaining part was enough to make Lady Fanghua fall into the abyss of terror. In less than 10 minutes, she fainted in horror. Yang Chen ignored Lady Fanghua and sat there quietly thinking about how to deal with the situation in front of him. After sitting for a long time, Lady Fanghua on the ground groaned and slowly woke up. After waking up, Lady Fanghua stood up. The first thing she saw was Yang Chen sitting there with a cold face. Almost instinctively, Lady Fanghua rushed to Yang Chen and kowtowed to the ground again. She put Yang Chen's boots on her head and did not dare to move. Now, Lady Fanghua really regarded herself as Yang Chen's servant. The situation just now was really too shocking. Lady Fanghua realized that she was nothing in front of Yang Chen. If Yang Chen wanted to kill her, he didn't even need to move his hands. He only needed to think about it. The double power of Longwei and the Blood River made Lady Fanghua completely worship him. How would she dare to have any other thoughts? Even in front of the Morong sisters, who captured her alive, Lady Fanghua did not dare to be partial to them. The people of the Demon Gate had one thing, that was, they were very clear about the situation. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. In this sentence, the wise men of the Demon Gate were far more than those of the Dao Gate. In fact, even the 7 girls had to please Yang Chen. Who should Lady Fanghua favor between Yang Chen and the 7 girls? Was there any need to think about it? It was just that at the beginning, Lady Fanghua was shocked by the 7 girls' cultivation. She thought that Yang Chen only got the favor of the 7 girls because of his ability to make elixirs. Now she found that the real powerful person had always been Yang Chen. It seemed that the 7 girls had not realized this for the time being, but this was also good. It was a chance for Lady Fanghua to please Yang Chen. Although Madame Fanghua now considers herself to be Yang Chen's slave. As long as her own means are excellent, it was not a rare thing for a personal maid to be more favored than some of the young mistresses who have not yet married into the family. The following days were relatively uneventful. Yang Chen had nothing special for the time being, and the 7 girls were a little relieved with Yang Chen's promise to understand each other. The 7 girls were all smart people. None of them would do that kind of shameless pestering behavior, which would only increase Yang Chen's disgust. Instead, it was better to increase the distance at the right time. After spending a few days with Yang Chen, the 7 girls said goodbye. Of course, when the 7 girls left, they did not forget to go out to train with Yang Chen. Yang Chen could only agree for the time being. As for when to go, he would talk about it after a while. After sending away the 7 girls, Yang Chen appeared in front of the head of the palace again. Now the sect also had to reconsider the relationship and cooperation with the 3 major sects. If it was a long time ago, the 5 major sects would compete to cooperate with Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace would definitely be flattered and agree. But now, it was also qualified to distinguish between close and distant, each with different attitudes. The core high-level officials almost gathered to discuss this issue. Of course, the results were also easy to come out. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect had cooperated from the beginning. Of course, their relationship was the closest. The 5 Elements sect and the Qingquan sect were relatively second, and the Taishimen sect was the worst. No one had any objection to this point. For the time being, the high-level officials were still inclined to Yang Chen not to refuse directly, so as not to be suppressed by the 3 major sects at this critical moment in the development of Chunyang Palace. And Yang Chen was also waiting for the day when the Taishimen would be caught in their own trap. For the time being, it was not appropriate to force them. From this point of view, Yang Chen's expedient disposal was a good way to unintentionally insert a willow tree. Yang Chen also recognized this and no longer hesitated. Next, he would first send the ultimate demonized demon vine to Sun Qingxue, and then accompany Shi Shanshan to complete his promise to interfere with Shi Shanshan's cultivation for the last time. But before that, Yang Chen still had to deal with one person. That was the Lady Fanghua, who had always been Yang Chen's slave and almost handled the things around Yang Chen in an orderly manner. Chapter 1172. Lady Fanghua came from Yin Yang Demon School. She was the best at playing with men and women. Although she usually looked awe-inspiring and inviolable, Yang Chen had long known what kind of person she was. Such a person was definitely not suitable to be placed in Chunyang Palace. Not to mention others. Just the Taoist teachers in Taoism could scold Chunyang Palace as a pile of garbage. It was already a great achievement for the major sect to accept the demon clan into the Hall of Eccentrics. This was almost the bottom line of many Taoist teachers. If there was another Demoness Hall, then they could only wait to be annihilated. Of course, Yang Chen would not make such a mistake. Therefore, taking Lady Fanghua as a captive was a model of subduing demons and defending the Tao. But if he kept her by his side all the time, it would be a disaster. The world was so big, and there were more than 1 or 2 people who knew Lady Fanghua. Therefore, Yang Chen must get rid of Lady Fanghua. However, for the time being, Lady Fanghua was still useful. It would be a pity to kill her. The influence of the pure Yang Palace on the side of the demon sects was not great. Sending Madame Fanghua back was also a very good chess piece. You must know that the Yin Yang demon sect was also a big sect. Even if Madame Fanghua was just an ordinary elder, she couldn't stand the number of masters in the Yin Yang demon sect. It could almost be compared with the 5 major sections. In any case, it was still useful to have one of their own people in it, right? However, Lady Fanghua's status in Yin Yang Demon School was not high, far from the core. In addition, she had provoked Wuji Demon School. After returning, she might be in a difficult situation, which was also a troublesome thing. Since he wanted Lady Fanghua to do things for him, he had to find a way to improve the status and strength of Lady Fanghua. lest she died before accomplishing her task. Speaking of which, as long as her strength was improved, her status would naturally rise. In Dark Sect, it was far more realistic than Taoism. It was not difficult for Yang Qin to improve his cultivation, but in order to reassure Lady Fanghua, Yang Qin still wanted to ask her about her plans. Lady Fanghua had already sworn her loyalty to Yang Qin. In addition to the deterrence of Long Wei and the Scarlet River, there was no doubt about Yang Qin's loyalty to her. No one was willing to seek their own death, especially a beautiful woman who had a steady stream of appearance pill and would become a big shot in Dark Sect in the near future. Help me improve my cultivation base. Madame Fanghua could not believe her ears. After Yang Qin took her to this remote place alone at the gate of Chunying Palace, she thought that he wanted her to serve him. Lady Fanghua also planned to use all her skills to please Yang Qin. When she was suddenly asked this question, Lady Fanghua was directly stunned. Masters at the peak of nascent soul realm could not control their emotions because of great joy and sorrow. Taoism was a little less like this. After all, they had a strong Taoist heart, but Dark Sect people were different. They were originally the creed of seeking pleasure and having fun. Their expressions of sorrow and joy were completely different. There was no doubt that Yang Qin had a century-old pill in his hands. Otherwise, the three major sects would not have to force a few people around Yang Qin. However, such a precious century-old pill cost more than 10 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. Was he really going to give such a thing to her? Are you going to rely on your own efforts to improve your state of mind, or do you want to directly swallow the century-old pill and rely on your cultivation to resist? Yang Qin gave Lady Fanghua a choice. In fact, this choice was the same as having no choice. As long as it was not a matter of life and death, who would be willing to overdraft their future to improve? Here are a few second-grade questioning inner heart pills. You are already at the peak of nascent soul realm. As long as you take it, you will soon be able to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Yang Qin was not stingy. He directly took out a few questioning inner heart pills and placed them in front of Lady Fanghua. You swallow one first. I will protect you. Yang Qin was never stingy with his own people, especially those who worked for him. This could be seen from Shangguan Feng, Du Qian, Scar, and Senior Wine Immortal. For Lady Fanghua, Yang Qin also treated her equally, although when others looked at Yang Qin with Lady Fanghua, there was always some ambiguity in their eyes. Lady Fanghua finally determined that Yang Qin really wanted to improve her cultivation instead of destroying her. Holding the questioning inner heart pill, she could hardly believe it. At the moment, she swallowed the questioning inner heart pill and then began to meditate without hesitation, regardless of anything else. Yang Qin meditated not far away with all his heart, while protecting, while cultivating, and at the same time refining the space connection point of the demon continent. During the initial refining of the space, the entrance of the Immortal beheading platform and the core of the demon continent showed differences. The entrance of the Immortal beheading platform was easily completed by Yang Qin in only half a month in the dream recalling technique, but the core of the demon continent took half a year. But Yang Qin had a strong hunch that refining the entrance of the Immortal beheading platform was many times more difficult than refining the core of the demon continent. After all, the entrance of the Immortal beheading platform crossed the immortal world and the mortal world, and was personally refined by the Tao ancestor, Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. The core of the demon continent was just an occasional space gap, and the level of the two sides was not the same. This was also why Yang Qin refined the core of the demon continent from the beginning instead of the entrance of the Immortal beheading platform. It was easy at first and then difficult, and the easy ones could also accumulate experience. After all, the cultivation method of refining space was also mostly speculation, and something still needed to be verified with simple things. It had to be said that even the people of the demon sects, those who could cultivate to the peak Yuanying stage, were not poor in aptitude, and no one was a fool. In just a few months, Lady Fanghua seemed to have realized a lot of things. Even without the use of the second questioning inner heart pill, it had already triggered the tribulation. Yang Qin stood not far from Lady Fanghua, watching the Yin fire tribulation descend on Lady Fanghua. This distance was simply within the range of Lady Fanghua's tribulation, and Yang Chen was immediately affected by the Yin fire tribulation. Lady Fanghua, after all, was from the demon sect, and it would not change her heart of deception all the time. Although she had enough time to remind Yang Qin to leave the range of the tribulation, she did not do so. Perhaps in her heart, she was forced to submit to Yang Qin, and it was not voluntary. Anyway, she just didn't remind Yang Qin and did not violate her heart demon oath. If Yang Qin couldn't resist the power of the Yin fire tribulation and died, then Lady Fanghua would naturally have no constraints. Was there a better opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? For Lady Fanghua's careful thoughts, Yang Chen was clear in his heart, but in order to deter this woman, Yang Chen did not hesitate to stand in place. With the Yin fire tribulation triggered by Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen had absolute confidence to resist it. Chapter 1173. The silent Yin fire tribulation fell, and an invisible flame appeared on Lady Fanghua's body. At the same time, the same Yin fire fell on Yang Chen's body. Because of the addition of Yang Chen, in fact, the power of the Yin fire tribulation was slightly greater. This was very fair. There was 1 more person to resist, and the power was naturally greater. Lady Fanghua wanted to calculate Yang Chen. In fact, it was also increasing the difficulty of her own tribulation. However, it seemed that this, which was quite sure, otherwise she would not take such a risk to secretly deal with Yang Chen. Lady Fanghua could no longer play any tricks at this moment, and went all out to fight against the tribulation. The degree of seriousness was definitely the first time in her history. On Yang Chen's side, he directly used the yin-yang heaven-burning fire and began to contend with the yin fire tribulation. It was not entirely correct to say that it was contending. Just like when Master Ancestor Wang Yong used the yin fire tribulation to temper his own flame, Yang Chen was actually doing the same thing. If it was not caused by oneself, the yin fire tribulation would only hurt and would not have the effect of tempering the body. Yang Chen could only use it to strengthen his own yin-yang heaven-burning fire. With Yang Chen's cultivation of the powerful body of the sea strength realm, the ordinary yin fire tribulation could not hurt him at all. In addition, Yang Chen's fire control was excellent. Soon the power of the yin fire was led to the yin-yang heaven-burning fire and began to merge and temper the 2 fire dragons. In the eyes of Yang Chen, the yin fire tribulation caused by Lady Fanghua was slightly stronger than the ordinary yin fire tribulation and above the average level. This also meant that the strength of Lady Fanghua was above the average level. However, compared with the power of the old tree demon Gui Shanyo's tribulation, the difference was not a little bit. The cultivation base between the 2 was also no less than 10 times. Yang Chen was now tempering his own yin-yang heaven-burning fire, while imagining what it would be like if he triggered the tribulation. At the time of the annual thunder tribulation, it was already different from everyone else. The power was so great that even Gao Yugong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue turned pale. Now that the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art was complete, the power would definitely make people more stunned. The process of crossing the tribulation was not long. Soon Lady Fanghua survived the 9th layer of yin fire tribulation. Her body was tempered by the yin fire, and her cultivation base directly entered the ranks of the Deshang stage. When Lady Fanghua finally finished all the process and looked at Yang Chen, Yang Chen had also just taken the yin-yang heaven-burning fire into his body. When facing the tribulation, Madame Fanghua had no time to be distracted, and she didn't know what Yang Chen had just done. Okay. Yang Chen's face was calm, as if there was no embarrassment in the scope of the yin fire tribulation. He asked casually, as if the two people were talking about ordinary things. Okay. Lady Fanghua was a little nervous. Yang Chen acted as if nothing had happened, which made her heart beat fast. Her own little thoughts may have been hidden at the beginning, but as long as the Yin fire tribulation fell, how could Yang Chen not find it? Fortunately, Lady Fanghua thought that she had already crossed the tribulation Deshang stage, and her cultivation base was definitely 10 times higher than before, so although she was nervous, she did not panic. Anyway, she did not break the oath. Yang Chen wanted to blame her. She just forgot about it. Who didn't have a bad memory? How does it feel to be in the Deshang stage? Yang Chen asked with a smile, and he couldn't see anything unpleasant about being calculated. Do you want to try it? To be honest, Lady Fanghua really had such a plan. She had crossed the tribulation Deshang stage. If she was still treated as a slave by a Yuanying stage junior, how could her face be justified? She originally wanted to weigh Yang Chen, and Yang Chen's proposal was exactly what she wanted. Then please be careful, master, Lady Fanghua said with a holy smile on her face, but her hands were not polite. The flying sword had already been cut to Yang Chen. Yang Chen's figure stood in the same place. His feet did not even move, and his eyes did not look at the flying sword controlled by Lady Fanghua. He just stretched out a hand and grabbed in the direction of Lady Fanghua. Ding, a clear sound sounded. Lady Fanghua's flying sword had not yet had time to cut on Yang Chen's body. A golden bell phantom suddenly appeared outside Yang Chen's body, and then the flying sword was directly bounced back, not to mention killing Yang Chen. She didn't even touch the corner of Yang Chen's clothes. And Yang Chen's hand still maintained that action. It seemed that there was still a distance of a few feet between the two. If Yang Chen's arm didn't grow longer, he couldn't touch Lady Fanghua at all. However, Lady Fanghua's expression changed greatly. An invisible suction directly pulled her body, forcefully pulling her towards Yang Chen. No matter how hard Lady Fanghua tried to control her body, she couldn't change the situation at all. She could only watch in vain as Yang Chen got closer and closer, and Yang Chen's hand also got bigger and bigger. Whoosh! Yang Chen's big hand grabbed Lady Fanghua's snow-white neck and forcibly lifted Lady Fanghua's body up. It seemed that as long as he exerted a bit of strength, Lady Fanghua's soft neck would be broken. Unknowingly, Yang Chen's other hand had already grabbed Lady Fanghua's flying sword. Lady Fanghua was so shocked that she didn't notice it. Right in front of Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen used his other hand to easily knead Lady Fanghua's flying sword into a metal ball. Lady Fanghua understood that it was completely physical strength, without the slightest use of spiritual power. She knew very well that her neck was definitely not as hard as her flying sword. If Yang Chen wanted to kill her, it would be easier than killing a fly. Lady Fanghua's heart was full of despair, and there was an unconcealable look of horror on her face. It was not easy for her to cross the Mahayana tribulation, but she couldn't even resist one move from Yang Chen, and this was under the situation where Yang Chen's feet did not leave the ground. If Yang Chen really wanted to kill her, would she have a chance to escape? I like smart people, but I don't like smart guys. Yang Chen's hand only stayed on Lady Fanghua's neck for a moment. Then he released her and said coldly, "Master, forgive me." Lady Fanghua did not dare to have other thoughts. As soon as her body could move, she immediately worshipped at the feet of Yang Chen again. "Fanghua will not dare again." This time, Lady Fanghua really did not dare to have any other thoughts. Even the Yin fire tribulation Yang Chen was not afraid, and she couldn't even stop one move from the Deshang stage. Lady Fanghua was a smart person, not a fool, and naturally knew what this meant. Lady Fanghua lowered her head, but she could still feel the pressure brought to her by Yang Chen's substantial gaze. Finally, Lady Fanghua seemed to have made up her mind and said to Yang Chen, "Please accept Fanghua's chastity." Chapter 1174. To be honest, Lady Fanghua's words did give Yang Chen a big shock. What a joke! The famous Lady Fanghua still had chastity. For Yang Chen to believe this kind of thing, it was as ridiculous as believing that he was really cultivating the jade cultivation technique. However, the words that Lady Fanghua said at this time with such an attitude couldn't be fake. No one dared to use their own life to fool Yang Chen at this time. Lady Fanghua definitely didn't dare to. I'm cultivating the 1,000 colors spiritual technique. Since Lady Fanghua had already said what she just said, she naturally wouldn't hide the reason behind it. She spilled it out like beans from a bamboo tube. Yang Chen had heard of this 1,000 colors spiritual technique in his previous life, but he only knew that it was a very profound mental technique of the demonic sect. It could only be cultivated by virgins, but he didn't know much about it. Yang Chen's understanding of the demonic sect was still relatively limited. With Lady Fanghua's explanation, Yang Chen finally understood what this 1,000 colors spiritual technique was all about. Yang Chen had always thought that Lady Fanghua cultivated the yin-yang harmony technique of yin-yang demon school, which was a very typical dual cultivation technique. He didn't expect her to actually cultivate the 1,000 colors spiritual technique. This spiritual technique was also one of the core mental techniques of yin-yang demon school, and it had to be cultivated by virgins. However, the mental techniques of the demonic sect had a very strange situation. This mental technique was just like the misunderstanding of Yang Chen's jade cultivation technique in the past. Similarly, one couldn't lose one's virginity before a certain stage. In fact, if one could always maintain their virginity, the power of this mental technique would become greater and greater. However, there was a drawback in the later stages of cultivation, which was that it would change the temperament of the cultivator, causing others to be captivated by her beauty at first glance. Many people were bewitched by Lady Fanghua's beauty, but in fact, no one could truly become a guest of Lady Fanghua. This was another special characteristic of the 1,000 colors spirit technique. The more passionate they were, the more they would be bewitched by the myriad spirit technique. In the end, those who were bewitched thought that they had already made love with Lady Fanghua, but in reality, it was just their own hallucination. The reason why Lady Fanghua dared to say that she still had her chastity in front of Yang Chen was because of this reason. However, the demonic mental cultivation method was the demonic mental cultivation method. Sometimes when it charmed others, Lady Fanghua herself would also be affected. The long-accumulated lust could not be vented, but it also led to her cultivation to the peak of Yuanying stage. Because of the state of mind, she could no longer advance. It wasn't until Yang Chen used the help of the questioning inner heart pill that Lady Fanghua completely figured it out and truly entered the Deshang stage. The reason why Lady Fanghua would offer her chastity to Yang Chen at this time was because of the last feature of the 1,000 colors spirit technique. That was, after losing her virginity, the cultivator would be loyal to the person she had lost her virginity to, and naturally, she would never betray. Under normal circumstances, the witches who practiced the 1,000 colors spirit technique would kill each other after losing their virginity. From then on, the figure of their lover would remain in their hearts, and they would never be affected by the tribulation of worldly affairs. The power of this cultivation method would gradually emerge. The more it went on, the more powerful the effect of the cultivation method would be. The charm was boundless, and the cultivation of the witches who practiced it would also get higher and higher. Hearing this, Yang Chen finally understood the power of this 1,000 colors spirit technique. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The demonic mental cultivation method was the demonic mental cultivation method. There was actually such a cultivation method for killing one's lover. If this was in the Tao sect, it would definitely be a role model to exterminate demons and defend the Tao. Now that Lady Fanghua wanted to offer her chastity to Yang Chen, and she couldn't kill Yang Chen, this also meant that she could only listen to Yang Chen's manipulation for the rest of her life. If he wanted her to go east, she would never go west. If he wanted her to be a big dog, she would never chase a chicken. This was even more powerful than the great vow of the heart demon. After all, the great vow of the heart demon couldn't be fulfilled on the spot, and the word love was always in one's heart. If I really practiced the great jade cultivation method back then and couldn't resist the temptation, would I have become the lover of your heart? Yang Chen suddenly thought of the game he played in the demonic sex territory a long time ago and asked with great interest. Yes. Lady Fanghua was still kneeling on the ground, and she didn't even raise her head, but she answered, "After so many years, there's no one that you like?" Lady Fanghua had been unwilling to lose her virginity. This must be the reason, but Yang Chen still asked out of curiosity. "Master, I have seen a lot of men's ugly behavior." Although Lady Fanghua replied while kneeling, Yang Chen could still hear the disdain in her words. At that time, I only felt that Master practiced the great jade cultivation method and was lustful but not obscene, so I was tempted. At this time, Lady Fanghua definitely didn't hide it. Under the temptation of Lady Fanghua, there were probably no masters in the demonic sect who could control themselves, so it was normal for them to be ugly. This could also explain why, in that situation, Madame Fanghua also claimed to be a pure girl. Why did she have to play a charming game with Yang Chen? Probably in the eyes of Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen, who had never been touched by a single leaf among thousands of flowers, was her good match. In particular, the great jade cultivation method was good for women. Not only could it improve their cultivation, but it could also keep their appearance young. More importantly, if Yang Chen really practiced the great jade cultivation method, he would still be a virgin, which met the requirements of Lady Fanghua's lover. After his death, he could let Lady Fanghua worry about him for a lifetime. Do you think I am this kind of person? Yang Chen suddenly laughed. He gently lifted Lady Fanghua's shoulder with his feet and made her straighten up. He asked with a smile, "Am I the kind of person who needs to use this method to control my subordinates?" "I don't dare," Lady Fanghua hurriedly explained. "I have just practiced to this point and have entered a bottleneck. If I want to continue, I must see through the tribulation of worldly affairs. I beg Master to fulfill my wish." Lady Fanghua's words were not perfunctory. The difficulty of practicing the demonic sex mental cultivation method was unimaginable to others. Lady Fanghua was also a proud person. Even if she was willing to be a slave, she had never been tempted. If Yang Chen had not only wanted to refuse the initiative of the 7 stunning beauties of the 3 major sects, he would not have been able to move Lady Fanghua's heart. At this moment, since Yang Chen was also in her eyes, it was difficult for others to replace him. So Madame Fanghua wanted to strike while the iron was hot, so she could see through the tribulation of the mortal world. Not to mention that her cultivation base would also be able to be smooth sailing in the future. It would no longer be full of obstacles. "Master, please fulfill my wish." Seeing that Yang Chen did not speak, Lady Fanghua kowtowed again. Chapter 1175. I can't give you any status. Yang Chen sighed and said with a bitter smile, "This servant doesn't dare to ask for anything. I only want Master in my heart." Madame Fanghua said in a submissive tone, and once again pleaded, "I beg the Master, this slave will work hard in the future to thank the Master's grace. If you can't kill me, can you see through the love tribulations?" Yang Chen reached out to pull Lady Fanghua up and asked casually, "I can't kill Master. This servant just can't reach the great perfection." Lady Fanghua didn't follow Yang Chen's words at all. Instead, she spoke her actual thoughts. "If this servant can't kill Master after attacking him 3 times, then there's no need to kill him anymore. Falling in love with Master is also a way to reach the great perfection." This time, Lady Fanghua had indeed grasped Yang Chen's pulse. Facing Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen was absolutely confident that he could defeat her, even if she saw through the love tribulations of the mortal world. Therefore, Telling the truth made Yang Qin look at Lady Fanghua in a different light. "Are you sure you won't regret it?" Yang Qin confirmed with Lady Fanghua very seriously. "If you can't kill me, then, according to what you said, you can fall in love with me for the rest of your life. You can't disobey me. This servant will never regret it." Madame Fenghua's face also showed a decisive look, and she replied resolutely, "I ask the master to help." Yang Qin didn't speak this time. Instead, he reached out and hooked Lady Fenghua's chin, making her pretty face look up along with Yang Qin's finger. Madame Fanghua did not speak in her mouth, but her eyes had already shot a soft and entangled gaze. Looking at this delicate face, Yang Qin's mind was churning wildly. Should he accept this witch? The demon sect was a powerful force in the spirit realm and celestial realm. If he wanted to fight against the Black Heaven sect, he would have to unite many forces. Since he had already made friends with Yi Jinxiong from Wuji Demon School, there was no harm in having another force of his own at Yin Yang Demon School. With Lady Fanghua here, Yang Qin could get a strong support without paying anything. After thinking about it, Yang Qin decided to accept Lady Fenghua's loyalty. After all, it was impossible for Yin Yang Demon School to collude with the Taishimen's Black Heaven sect. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. A flying shuttle appeared out of thin air, wrapped around Yang Qin and Lady Fanghua, and then quickly burrowed deep into the ground. Inside the flying shuttle near the edge of the magma, Lady Fanghua, who was wearing an almost transparent chiffon, carefully helped Yang Qin take off his robe with infinite innocence in her eyes. Each and every one of her casual movements revealed her snow-white skin. The faintly discernible scene made one's blood boil involuntarily. "Master, please have mercy." Madame Fenghua's soft and beautiful body was lying on the bed. Her two jade arms were hooked around Yang Qin's neck. Her breath was like orchids, and she said in a sweet voice. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and waited for Yang Qin's favor. At the critical moment, Yang Qin, who had already fallen into lust, suddenly had a clear face, turned his head to the side and smiled. If the 1,000-color spell is only this kind of charm effect, it is estimated that it is still useless to me. Wherever Yang Qin's gaze landed, Lady Fenghua's shocked face suddenly appeared in a place that should have been empty. And under Yang Qin's body, the naked body was still twisting with passion. "Master's eyes are really sharp, I'm convinced." As Lady Fanghua spoke, the body under Yang Qin disappeared in an instant. With a look of admiration, Lady Fenghua's body wrapped around Yang Qin's body from the side. "Myriad colors, does it mean that there are thousands of incarnations?" Yang Qin smiled again and asked casually. He stretched out his hand towards an empty direction and directly pulled a hot body into his arms. "As long as the real body is not discovered, once the good thing is done, I will be completely fascinated by you, right?" Lady Fanghua, who suddenly appeared in his arms, couldn't suppress the horror in her eyes, but her body was like a snake moving rhythmically on Yang Qin's body. Yang Qin's hands held this body firmly in his arms, feeling the delicate skin up and down, but he said as if he was talking about something irrelevant, "I allow you to do it 3 times after. But doesn't mean that you also have 3 chances before. Things don't happen more than 3 times. This is already the 2nd time. If there is one more time, you will never be able to see through the tribulation of love. Master, please have mercy." This time, Lady Fanghua didn't say anything more. She just repeated the sweet voice, and then took the initiative to wrap around Yang Qin's body. After the first break, Lady Fanghua seemed to carefully put away the white handkerchief with bloodstains under her body, and then threw it into Yang Qin's arms again. Perhaps it was because of the cultivation method. The aura of Lady Fanghua before and after was completely different. If there were still traces of acting in front of Yang Qin, then there was a joy from the heart, as if she had already owned the world in Yang Qin's arms. This invisible emotional change was clearly felt by Yang Qin, who had experienced countless demonic qi tempering. As Lady Fanghua said, she had now completely regarded Yang Qin as her lover, and she wished she could devote herself to Yang Qin. She had just crossed the tribulation, and her cultivation was not stable. But after this experience, Yang Chen could clearly find that Lady Fenghua's cultivation had improved a lot almost in a short time. Within 2 days after the tribulation, she had already rushed to the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. Such a rapid improvement in cultivation. It had to be said that this myriad colors spiritual method was indeed different. However, the demon sect's mental cultivation method was extremely strange, and this was not the great perfection. Yang Chen wanted to know what would happen when Lady Fanghua failed to kill him 3 times and entered the great perfection. After going back, your status should be improved. Yang Chen hugged the naked body in his arms and ordered, "You don't have to do anything else. Just cultivate on your own on weekdays, and then draw more disciples of Yin Yang Demon School to be used by you. I will give you 2,000 kilograms of upper-grade spirit stones, plus a batch of medicinal pills, which is enough for you to squander. Master, rest assured, this slave will definitely do it for you." Lady Fanghua promised, and there was a kind of joy in her tone. It seemed that being able to do things for her lover was her great joy. "Your flying sword is garbage. I have destroyed it." Yang Qin directly took out a top-grade flying sword obtained in the secret plane of the polar wasteland of Taishimin and handed it to Lady Fanghua. "This is used as your natal flying sword." Madame Fanghua was overjoyed to receive it, and the joy was overflowing. In addition, after going back, pay attention to who is practicing the Devil Heart Sutra. Yang Qin ordered again, "If there is any news, pass the news directly to the people of the Wine Immortal House." Yes, although she didn't know why, Lady Fanghua still agreed without objection. Chapter 1176. Lady Fanghua's reply was straightforward and didn't make Yang Qin suspicious at all. Just as Yang Chen was about to give his next command, something strange happened. Madame Fanghua, who was naked in her arms, suddenly seemed to have turned into countless sharp long needles, and it was inserted into the big and small acupoints of Yang Chen's body. Because of the entanglement between the two of them, Lady Fanghua's hair was already scattered all over Yang Chen's body. It was impossible to defend against this sudden attack. No one would have thought that there would be such a danger. Yang Qin didn't even have time to react and was hit. Lady Fanghua's attack was ruthless, but her 2 naked arms were still hugging Yang Chen's body tightly as if she was hugging her lover. Painful tears started to flow from the corner of her eyes. "Why? Why do you want the Demon Heart Sutra?" Madame Fanghua shed tears and cried in pain. "You want to improve the cultivation base of this slave. Is it in order to cultivate this cultivation method that is harmful to people? Do you have to force this slave to do it?" As an elder of the Yin Yang Demon School, even though she hadn't cultivated the Demon Heart Sutra, Lady Fanghua had heard of it. Yang Qin actually wanted her to find someone who cultivated the Demon Heart Sutra. It was almost certain that it was for Yang Chen's own sake. This was the conclusion that Lady Fanghua came to after putting herself in his shoes. Hence, even though she was in pain, she still chose to make a move at this moment. After all, cultivating the 1,000 glamour technique required one to fall in love with someone and then kill them. Regardless of what happened now, her body belonged to Yang Qin and her heart belonged to Yang Qin. Hence, she would let everything disappear with Yang Chen's death. This would also allow Lady Fanghua's 1,000 glamour technique to reach the great perfection realm. A hair attack, especially at such a time, was something that not many people could have thought of. In addition, with a beauty in his arms and a warm and fragrant body, who would have thought that the strands of black hair that had brought him supreme pleasure not long ago would actually turn into a deadly hook at this moment? Yang Chen's body stiffened. Lady Fanghua hugged Yang Chen tightly, as if she was hugging her most cherished lover. In fact, that was basically the case. Feeling the life in Yang Chen's body slowly depleting, she leaned her beautiful head on Yang Chen's chest, quietly listening to Yang Chen's heartbeat slowly weakening and slowing down. Madame Fanghua knew in her heart how powerful she was. This was not an attack like an intrinsic flying sword, but an object that belonged to him. This killer move could be said to be Lady Fenghua's last card to save her life. Using it on Yang Chen, she had already predicted Yang Chen's ending. No one could survive this move of hers. Lady Fanghua could feel that all her hair had drilled into the meridians of Yang Chen's body. All of Yang Chen's meridians were completely destroyed by her attack. Even if Yang Chen had the ability to transcend the heavens, he would not be able to escape death. After being hit by this move, he would not immediately lose his vitality, but his cultivation would immediately disappear. Then, in extreme pleasure, he would slowly die in the arms of Lady Fanghua. This was also the last feeling that Lady Fanghua could leave for Yang Chen. Now, she was in the pain of killing her lover with her own hands, preparing to welcome the completion of the Thousand Colors spiritual technique. However, no one knew why, but Yang Chen's heartbeat was still so strong, showing no signs of weakening. Although Yang Chen's body was stiff, it still maintained enough elasticity. This situation lasted for a while before Lady Fanghua realized that something was wrong. So comfortable. Yang Chen finally let out a long breath, and his stiff body began to slowly relax. His face was full of satisfaction, as if he had just experienced an easy and thorough horse slaughter, and his muscles also relaxed. There was an indescribable comfort in his voice. He tightened his arms, hugged Lady Fanghua, and praised her. "Your skills are really good." Lady Fenghua's beautiful eyes widened, and her whole body directly froze in Yang Chen's arms, not daring to move. No one knew the power of her move better than Lady Fanghua. Not only did Yang Chen easily take it without any defense, but he also commented that it was really comfortable. Was he still human? This is the first time, right? After Yang Chen praised Lady Fanghua, he stretched out his other hand to lift Lady Fenghua's chin, facing her beautiful face to himself, and asked with a smile. Under Yang Chen's question, Lady Fanghua nodded unconsciously. Until now, she had not completely accepted the fact that her killer move had no effect at all. She looked at Yang Chen as if she was looking at a terrifying monster that she did not know. Recently, some people in Taishimen asked Drunken Immortal House to find people who practiced the Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. I happen to get this news, and I want to know what they want. Until now, Yang Chen explained to Lady Fanghua why he wanted to find a demon expert who practiced the Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. The Taishimen were the leaders of the Tao sects, and naturally, they were the great enemies of the demon sects. Hearing that Yang Chen just wanted to know what the Taishimen wanted to do, Lady Fanghua could not help but turn from sadness to joy. Suddenly, she could not care about anything else and plunged into Yang Chen's arms. It turned out that her master and her lover did not want to sacrifice herself to practice the Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. This was what made Lady Fanghua the happiest. Also, even her own Deshang stage cultivation base was not the opponent of his blow. Why use this kind of method that was not very clever in the demon sects to improve? Madame Fanghua really thought too much. It had to be said that women who were immersed in the river of love were the stupidest. Usually, they would not think logically and rationally, and it was completely out of their own perspective. Sometimes bad things were also good things in her eyes, and sometimes, obviously, a trivial thing was a big deal in her eyes. Even if Lady Fanghua was already a master of the Mahayana stage, her performance in this regard was not much different from those silly women who fell in love. Yang Chen could not understand the mind of this woman, but this did not prevent Yang Chen from completely conquering Lady Fanghua. When she learned that Yang Chen just wanted to know the purpose of the Taishimen, Lady Fanghua had once again lost herself in the warm arms of Yang Chen. Because of this inexplicable misunderstanding, Yang Chen was attacked. If it were not for Yang Chen's high cultivation, he might have to die this time. Madame Fanghua, this witch was really hard to guard against. who knew that she would use that kind of strange method to make a move in that situation. However, it was also a small disaster, so that Yang Chen firmly remembered that he could not relax his vigilance whenever he was with the witch. Chapter 1177. As soon as the small misunderstanding was resolved, Lady Fanghua was once again intoxicated in Yang Chen's warm embrace. She took the initiative to seek pleasure and did not want to waste a single moment. She was very clear that Yang Chen did not love her, but because of the spiritual method she cultivated, she fell hopelessly in love with Yang Chen and was dead set on him. Even if she could only stay in Yang Chen's arms for a blink of an eye, she was willing to do so. Of course, Yang Chen would not refuse the beauty's request at this moment. He even took the initiative to take the initiative. It had to be said that Lady Fanghua was famous for her beauty. Even though she was still a virgin, the charm technique of demonic sect had been cultivated to the extreme. This time, because she misunderstood Yang Chen, she used all her skills and completely dedicated herself to her beloved to make up for the guilt in her heart. Yang Chen immediately enjoyed the taste of gentleness that he could not enjoy when he was with his 4 wives. Lady Fanghua simply took out her trump card and came up with all kinds of tricks, which made Yang Chen so happy that he forgot to leave. In a beautiful moan of extreme pleasure, Lady Fanghua did not know how many times she had climbed to the peak of happiness. Her body slumped like a puddle of mud, and she no longer had the strength to withstand Yang Chen's attack. Yang Chen himself was also sent to the peak of bliss by this beautiful witch. It was as if he was in the clouds, and everything in the outside world had almost nothing to do with Yang Chen. Seeing that Yang Chen was also sent to bliss by her, Lady Fanghua, who was lying on the bed, suddenly had a look of intoxication and reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Then, just as Yang Chen was still enjoying the aftertaste of happiness, she launched an attack. The sudden stab of divine sense, in addition to the sudden increase of suction from Lady Fanghua's lower body, was a wonderful move that brought Yang Chen supreme pleasure. At the same time, it was a killer move that sent Yang Chen to the hell of bliss. With Lady Fanghua's common sense, men, no matter who they were, would not have any defense in such a situation. Especially at the moment of the peak, it was a wholehearted enjoyment. No one could still maintain their vigilance at that moment. This was also the best chance for her to make a move. Madame Fanghua, who had cultivated the myriad red spirit method, was not reconciled to the fact that the spirit method she cultivated was only a half-baked one. Even if she has dedicated herself to Yang Chen, even if her heart has been tied to Yang Chen, but with such a concern, she would rather be haunted by Yang Chen after his death than live. Lady Fanghua was a smart person. Yang Chen could easily capture her after she passed the Yin-Fire tribulation, which also meant that Yang Chen's cultivation efficiency was much higher than hers. At this rate, the longer the time dragged, the greater the gap between Yang Chen and her, and the lower her chances of winning. In such a situation, the sooner she started, the higher the success rate, and Yang Chen, who had just experienced an assassination, would never think that she would make a move at such a critical moment. One was deliberate, the other was enjoying the aftertaste of the orgasm, and did not think that Lady Fanghua would do it again after she had just failed. Lady Fanghua's attack, Yang Chen ate it. Lady Fanghua only felt that a huge and jaw-dropping spiritual power rushed into her body along the part where the two lower bodies were connected, instantly making her cultivation once again rush to another realm. The pleasure brought by the warm spiritual power once again made Lady Fanghua involuntarily hold Yang Chen's body, and the tears in her eyes flowed down uncontrollably. The most powerful and secretive move in the myriad colors spirit method was to collect Yang to make up for Yin. Coupled with the sudden stab of spiritual awareness, even if Yang Chen had a great ability, in this situation where his spiritual power had been sucked away by Lady Fanghua, he could not turn the tables. In other words, this time, Yang Chen was dead. After the start, Lady Fanghua once again felt the pain of killing her beloved with her own hands. While her heart was twisted by a knife, the myriad colors spirit method was more and more perfect. Yang Chen's body has been trembling, enjoying the final pleasure, and a majestic spiritual power was continuously passed from the part of the two to the body of Lady Fanghua. Even with Lady Fanghua's Deshang stage cultivation base, she felt that this spiritual power was a bit too much. Shocked by the abundance of spiritual power in Yang Chen's body, Lady Fanghua also somewhat understood why Yang Chen was only in the middle Yuanying stage, but he could resist her, a master of the Deshang stage. With this batch of spiritual power, it was enough for Lady Fanghua to push her cultivation base back to the middle Deshang stage in a short period of time. There was no such thing as step-by-step progress in the demon sections. What they pursued was the rapid improvement of their cultivation base, and the final difference was only the state of mind. But as long as the myriad colors spirit method reached the great perfection realm, what else could confuse Lady Fanghua? Even her beloved could be killed in the moment of bliss. What else could stop the footsteps of Lady Fanghua? At this moment, Lady Fanghua no longer believed that Yang Chen could still turn the tables. Even the spiritual power of his whole body was absorbed. Was there a more complete failure than this? Of course, for Yang Chen, the result of failure was death. There was no other possibility. Lady Fanghua's tears were like a fountain, flowing down wildly, letting her kill her beloved twice in a short period of less than a day. For the Lady Fanghua who was really moved, it was also an unbearable thing. She wanted to hug Yang Chen tightly, watch Yang Chen die in her arms, feel Yang Chen slowly become cold to her arms, so that she could completely remember Yang Chen in her heart and never forget him. The surging spiritual power lasted for half an incense stick of time. Even Lady Fanghua herself was stimulated to orgasm again. This made her very happy. Not only was she happy that her cultivation would improve in a short period of time, but she was also happy that Yang Chen died in bliss, not in severe pain. This was the only thing she could do for Yang Chen now. Finally, when she could no longer feel the spiritual power from Yang Chen, Lady Fanghua's tears almost flowed out. She didn't know what to say, but her hands held Yang Chen's body tightly, as if she wanted to become one with him, as if she didn't want to let go until death. "You seductive little goblin, I was almost played to death by you." Yang Chen's body was stiff for a while, and suddenly he took a long breath and said these words. Lady Fanghua's whole person was like seeing a ghost. She looked at Yang Chen dumbfoundedly. If it weren't for the close contact between their bodies, she could feel Yang Chen's heartbeat, breathing, and body temperature. Otherwise, she would have thought that Yang Chen's body exploded. Yang Chen, who was attacked by her at that moment and had absorbed so much spiritual power, was still alive and kicking like this? Chapter 1178. Lady Fanghua had been completely sluggish there, and she couldn't even speak. She couldn't figure out how Yang Chen was still alive and still so energetic. It's so satisfying. Yang Chen took a long breath. It seemed that he was still savoring the wonderful taste that Lady Fanghua had just brought to him, and there was no anger in his tone that Lady Fanghua took the opportunity to plot against him. The experience in the demon continent made Yang Chen vigilant almost all the time, especially in the face of Lady Fanghua. This witch. He never regarded Lady Fanghua as an innocent girl, and Lady Fanghua did not disappoint Yang Chen's thoughts. Even when the two were intimate, Yang Chen would not forget this. Sure enough, just when Yang Chen should theoretically be at his weakest defense, or even when he should be the most unprepared, Lady Fanghua's killing move came. The sudden attack intensity of the spiritual awareness stab was at the level of the middle and late Deshang stage. In such a situation, ordinary people would definitely be successfully plotted against. Even Yang Chen did not expect that Lady Fanghua, who had just been promoted to the Deshang stage, would have such a powerful spiritual awareness attack. However, the accident was an accident, but this kind of attack was almost like an itch for Yang Chen. Even his sea of consciousness couldn't be shaken, let alone hurt him. On the contrary, the suction from the lower part of his body made Yang Qin almost unable to hold it for a moment. Fortunately, Yang Chen's cultivation was all of the original spirit power, plus the mystery of the great Yin and Yang five-element secret art. So he was able to control it and did not let Lady Fenghua succeed. But that moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's mind. As soon as this thought appeared, it was like the temptation of the devil, and he could no longer get rid of it. For a very long time, Yang Chen and his wives had not regarded diligently cultivating their spiritual power as their main homework. Instead, they spent most of their time refining and purifying their spiritual power. Li Cheng's appearance made them all realize that if they could condense and purify their spiritual power in advance, even if it was just a little purer than others, it would still be an advantage in the future. One had to know that the higher one's cultivation was, the more effort it would take to purify it in the future. Nowadays, most of the cultivators in the mortal world were pursuing a breakthrough in their spiritual power so that they could reach the realm of ascension as soon as possible. This goal was so difficult that very few people would spend a lot of time on the purity and quality of spiritual power. However, for Yang Chen's family of 5, their cultivation aptitude determined that even if they continued to cultivate step by step, transcending the tribulation and ascending to immortality was only a matter of course. Since there was no need to worry about ascending, then pursuing a higher quality of spiritual power was not so unacceptable. Everyone was purifying their spiritual power, and so was Yang Chen. However, the great Yin and Yang five elements secret art was cultivated, and the Yin and Yang reversed the 5 elements could greatly improve the quality of spiritual power. In this regard, Yang Chen had unique conditions, and even Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue were incomparable. Therefore, there was no doubt that Yang Chen's spiritual power was the purest among them. But even so, Yang Chen could not reach the level of Li Cheng. In the mortal world, he did not experience the baptism of the Yin fire tribulation and the black wind tribulation, and the outside world did not have the super strong spiritual pressure of the spiritual world and immortal world. If he wanted to reach Li Cheng's realm, he did not even need to think about it. He did not know how Li Cheng did it. Yang Chan was envious, but he did not belittle himself. There were many masters in the world, and it was not something that a guy with the memory of his previous life could fully understand. Originally, Yang Chen thought that his spiritual power purification could only do this for the time being. But Lady Fenghua's myriad colors spirit method contained the method of collecting yang to nourish yin, which gave Yang Chen another way. In fact, if the cultivation was pure to the extreme, this kind of method of collecting yang to nourish yin was of no use. Yang Chen was aware of this, and he boldly let Lady Fenghua absorb spiritual power from his body. In Yang Chen's calculation, what could be absorbed by Lady Fenghua was definitely the impure spiritual power that had not been condensed to a certain extent. As long as the core part of pure spiritual power was not lost, there would be no loss for Yang Chen. On the contrary, the part of spiritual power that Lady Fenghua had painstakingly absorbed was the part that Yang Chen had been struggling to find a way to purify, but could not get. Anyway, it would be lost in the process of his own condensation in the future. It was better to let Lady Fenghua absorb it now, and it could be regarded as fulfilling this which who could barely be regarded as Yang Chen's woman. As Yang Chen expected, the part of pure spiritual power that Yang Chen was most proud of was firmly flowing freely in the meridians. It did not care about the powerful suction from the lower body. The relatively impure spiritual power around the core spiritual power was attracted by this powerful suction and quickly rushed into the body of Lady Fenghua. Even if Lady Fenghua was reborn, she could not calculate that her spiritual power of collecting yang to nourish yin was actually deliberately absorbed by Yang Chen. When Lady Fenghua absorbed the powerful spiritual power and thought that her plan was successful, she did not know that Yang Chen was even happier than her in his heart. Even if Yang Chen's spiritual power was impure and not pure enough, it was still the original spiritual power, and it was the spiritual power that had been condensed through the reverse yin and yang 5 elements. For Lady Fenghua, It was simply the most powerful tonic. The cultivation method of the Demon Gate determined that they would not pursue steady progress for the time being. If they could quickly improve their cultivation, they would do it as fast as possible. This powerful spiritual power directly supplemented the source of Lady Fanghua, and even improved the quality of Lady Fanghua's own spiritual power. The reason why Lady Fanghua felt that the spiritual power was endless was that Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation was so powerful that it was unimaginable to the world. The great Yin and Yang 5 elements secrets had 10 kinds of spiritual power, and each of them was divided into a part, which was also a large spiritual power flow. It was in this situation where one was willing to fight and the other was willing to take, that the two of them completed this cooperation that seemed impossible to others. There was no discussion in advance, but there was no deviation in the process. It was perfect. For Yang Qin, there were many benefits. First, this was the second time that Lady Fanghua made a move. As long as she could take it again, Lady Fanghua would be able to achieve a perfect state of mind. Second, Yang Chen's own cultivation had become extremely pure, and it was at least 20% purer than before. Of course, this did not count the wonderful enjoyment of Yang Chen in the process. Similarly, for Lady Fanghua, it was also a great benefit. In addition to not killing Yang Chen, she absorbed this spiritual power that Yang Chen did not want, but it was much purer and mellower than her cultivation, so that her cultivation base improved again and directly rushed to the peak of the early Desheng stage. Chapter 1179. It's the second time. Yang Chen looked down at the witch, who was still stunned, and said with a smile. Lady Fanghua responded a little stupidly. She still couldn't imagine how Yang Chen escaped her two-pronged killing move. That was her most powerful killer. Yang Chen, who was in the land of gentleness, how could he still talk so easily now? No one could imagine how terrifying Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base was now at the 9th grade human immortal stage. Not to mention the spiritual awareness attack of the late Desheng stage condensed by Lady Fanghua. Even if such an attack was 10 times stronger, it would be the same result against Yang Chen. There would be no accident. Absolute strength brought about absolute shock. Lady Fanghua even had an illusion that she did not dare to make a move against Yang Chen. This was a big trouble. You must know that if she couldn't kill Yang Chen and cut off her emotions, the realm of the brilliant 1,000 red spirit method would always be a little short. The surging spirit power in her body gave Lady Fanghua an unreal feeling. How was this possible? Yang Chen actually let her absorb so much spirit power, but he didn't change. Was he still a human? Soon Lady Fanghua discovered that Yang Chen did not have any changes, but there was a very significant change. Yang Chen's spirit power cultivation base has now been very clearly degraded to the early Yuanying stage, and it is no longer the middle Yuanying stage not long ago. No matter who it was, after losing so much spirit power, it was inevitable that the realm would fall. Even if it was as powerful as Yang Chen was no exception. However, Yang Chen was satisfied with this result. The quality of his spirit power directly improved by 2 small stages. Was there any dissatisfaction? If he knew that this which still had this hand, he would have let her use it earlier. It was beneficial to both sides. It was not a double cultivation, but it was better than double cultivation. It seemed that this wonderful cultivation process would have to come a few more times in the future. Unexpectedly, the demoness he had taken in by accident had such benefits. Although Yang Chen's spiritual power had fallen to the early Yuanying stage, Lady Fanghua no longer had the courage to make a move. If he couldn't kill Yang Chen in that kind of situation, then facing Yang Chen under normal conditions was even more impossible. After that, Lady Fanghua seemed to have accepted her fate. She no longer dared to have any murderous intent towards Yang Chen. She wholeheartedly immersed herself in serving her beloved. Along the way, Yang Chen thoroughly enjoyed the taste of gentleness. What made Madame Fanghua puzzled was that every time Yang Qin was intimate with her, he let her do her best to use the method of collecting yang to make up for yin and absorb her own spiritual power as much as possible. Although puzzled, Lady Fanghua did not dare to disobey Yang Chen's meaning. Soon she found that the spiritual power that could be absorbed from Yang Chen was getting less and less, and gradually there was only a trace left. Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation finally stabilized at the early Yuanying stage, and there was not much change for the time being. On the way, Yang Chen was almost in his arms every day, and every night he indulged in debauchery. Lady Fanghua was indeed a charming witch. Some of the actions that Yang Chen's 4 wives couldn't do in any case were almost routine for Lady Fanghua, and Yang Chen was served with pleasure. This time, Yang Chen planned to send the Buddha to the west. He intended to send Lady Fanghua all the way back to the territory of the demon sect. In addition to communicating with Lady Fanghua, the other purpose was to see Yi Jinxiong's son, the genius disciple Yiyu, who he had scheduled, was born. According to the memory of the previous life, Yiyu should be born now, and it was time to bring him back to the sect. Although Yiyu's future achievements were extraordinary, but in the mortal world, because the foundation was not laid well at the beginning, there was a silence for thousands of years. Since Yang Chen wanted to be his master, he would not let this situation repeat. When he arrived at the territory of the demon sect, Yang Chen put away the shuttle and said goodbye to Lady Fanghua. Lady Fanghua also knew that she could not occupy Yang Chen for a long time. Not to mention anything else, if Yang Chen's 4 wives knew about it, she would not have a good fruit to eat. This Lady Fanghua knew. Yang Chen was very generous in fulfilling his promise to Lady Fanghua. A large number of spirit stones and elixirs were given to Lady Fanghua when they parted. His requirements were not high, as long as Lady Fanghua expanded her power in the sect. For an ambitious woman like Lady Fanghua, this was simply a timely help. Reluctantly saying goodbye to Yang Chen, Lady Fanghua stared the direction where Yang Chen disappeared for a long time. She did not say a word, and her heart was filled with the pain of lovers parting. Sometimes Madame Fanghua really hated herself. How could she choose the cultivation method of the myriad colors spirit method, so that she would be so fascinated by a person? After 2 consecutive assassinations, Yang Chen was safe and sound, and Lady Fanghua's mentality also changed. However, if he wanted her to be dead set on him, at least Yang Chen still needed to be assassinated. At that time, no matter what the result was, the relationship between the two would not be as scheming against each other as it was this time. Lady Fanghua quickly adjusted her mentality and rushed back to Yin Yang Demon School. She, who was in the Mahayana stage, would get a higher position in the sect. In addition to the resources that Yang Chen supported her, it could be said that in the future, Yin Yang Demon School would definitely have the opportunity for Lady Fanghua to achieve great things. While Lady Fanghua left, Yang Chen had already gone straight to Wuji Demon School. After the last assassination, it was unknown how long Yi Jinxiong would spend to return to the sect and take over the whole Wuji Demon School. As one of the top demon sects, Wuji Demon School was also a super big sect with many years of inheritance. It was very easy to find a direction. Yang Chen did not hide his identity as a Dao disciple and swaggered to the mountain gate of Wuji Demon School. As soon as Yang Chen's figure landed, he heard an extremely overbearing voice. "Where did this Dao disciple come from? How dare you behave atrociously at the mountain gate of Wuji Demon School? Are you tired of living?" The disciples of the Dao sect took pride in eliminating demons and defending the Dao. Conversely, the disciples of the demon sect also took pride in killing the disciples of the Dao sect. There was even a hint of joy in this voice. It seemed that the person was very happy that Yang Chen had sent himself to the door. "I'm Yang Chen from Chunying Palace. I have an appointment with your sect's senior, Yi Jinxiong. Please inform him." Yang Chen came to pick up his disciple. He did not want to fight with others, so he said loudly. He believed that everyone within a radius of several dozen miles could hear these words clearly. Why would sect leader ye have an appointment with a Tao disciple? The overbearing voice snorted coldly and seemed very disdainful. Then he laughed arrogantly and said, I've been bored here for dozens of years. In this case, boy, since you're here, you don't have to leave. Leave your life here. I have an appointment in advance. If you don't inform me, I'll have to fight my way in. Yang Chen also sneered and walked toward the mountain gate of Wuji Demon School. Chapter 1180. As soon as Yang Chen left, the people at the mountain gate of Wuji Demon School were in an uproar. Although it seemed that Yang Chen had shown enough courtesy when signing up for the visit, and it was wrong for the people of Wuji Demon School to obstruct him. If Yang Chen were to break in like that, Wuji Demon School would lose all its face. Even those who had sympathized with Yang Chen at the beginning had changed their stance. How could it be so easy for a Taoist disciple to come to the mountain gate and want to see the sect master? Was the sect master someone you could see just because you wanted to? Without waiting for the order from the elders in charge of the mountain gate, a disciple immediately rushed toward Yang Chen. Taoists and demons could not coexist with each other. It was not an exaggeration to kill such an uninvited guest on the spot. Yang Chen also knew that things would not be so easy, so he did not think that it could end peacefully. At worst, Yi would lose his disciple. For Yang Chen, there was no loss. However, the opportunity was rare. No matter what, he had to break into the mountain gate of Wuji Demon School. If it was any other Taoist sect, Yang Chen would not be able to break into the mountain gate so arrogantly and presumptuously. Just the condemnation of those Taoist teachers could turn Yang Chen into a heinous villain. However, it was different in the demon school. As a Taoist disciple, Yang Chen broke into the mountain gate of Wuji Demon School alone, which greatly increased the reputation of Taoist disciples. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a model example of eliminating demons and defending Taoism. After taking only one step forward, Yang Chen's body was surrounded by a black fog. The black fog was like a solid substance. It only lingered within a radius of 6 feet around Yang Chen's body and did not spread anymore. It was just a mass of darkness, and Yang Chen's figure could no longer be seen clearly. Not only could they not see it with their eyes, but they could also not detect it with their divine senses. This black fog was not as simple as it seemed. Everyone who saw this scene understood this. However, this could not be a reason to stop them. Everyone's flying sword almost immediately flew toward Yang Chen, who was wrapped in the black fog. It did not matter that they could not see Yang Chen, and it did not matter that their divine senses could not detect him. As long as they knew that he was in this black fog, it would be fine, right? This black fog was, of course, transformed by Yang Chen's 9 nether flying sword. In the past, he absorbed the demonic qi of the ultimate demonic vine. Because the concentration of the demonic qi was too high, Yang Chen could not use the 9 secret flying sword for a long time. Yang Chen even had to spend decades to strengthen his control of the 9 nether realm. His spiritual awareness cultivation base rose to the 9th grade of human immortal, which further improved Yang Chen's ability to withstand the demonic qi, which allowed him to deal with the demonic qi on the ultimate demonized vine. But to use it to control the 9 nether flying sword, he was still unable to do so for the time being. For more than 100 years, Yang Chen had spent most of his time on devil qi. Apart from absorbing the devil qi from the ultimate demonized vine plant into the 9 serenities flying sword, he didn't have a good way to deal with the 9 serenities flying sword due to his lack of spiritual power. Some time ago, Lady Fenghua's 1,000 colors spell gave Yang Chen an unexpected surprise. Once the intermediate method of harvesting yang to replenish yin was used, most of the impurities that Yang Chen couldn't refine were absorbed. This way, the purity of Yang Chen's spiritual power was raised to a level that even Yang Chen didn't dare to imagine. One of the direct consequences of having pure spiritual power was that Yang Chen was no longer afraid of the devil qi on the 9 serenities flying sword. The reason why Li Cheng was powerful was that his spiritual power was pure. Although Yang Qin didn't dare to say that he had reached Li Cheng's level, he had no problem controlling the Nine Serenities flying sword. Now the devil chi on the Nine Serenities flying sword could no longer affect Yang Qin, and Yang Qin could use it however he wanted. Facing the mountain gate of Wuji Demon School, Yang Qin took out this magic weapon. Fortunately, Yang Qin was kind enough not to release the full power of the Nine Serenities flying sword. He only released less than 1/10 of it, which spread in a radius of 2 feet. It looked like he was going to break into the mountain gate, but there was no direct killing move. Perhaps Yang Chen's wives could see Yang Chen's kindness, and Li Cheng probably wouldn't have a problem. But obviously, these guys at the mountain gate of Wuji Demon School didn't have this awareness. In their eyes, Yang Chen was a guy who wanted to break into the mountain gate by force. It would not be an exaggeration to tear him into pieces. When Yang Qin took the third step, at least 10 flying swords flew into the black fog. Everyone had the same thought: kill Yang Qin on the spot. The black fog that they were expecting to shatter and Yang Qin to be cut into pieces did not happen. The flying swords flew into the black fog and disappeared like clay oxen in the sea. There was no more movement. Then, a few guys started to vomit blood. The people who spewed blood were all people who had used their intrinsic flying swords. As soon as all the flying swords entered the black fog, they seemed to be cut off from the flying sword by something. Then, they seemed to be corroded by something. In the blink of an eye, dozens of flying swords were riddled with holes. When the natal flying sword was destroyed, it naturally caused a backlash. Vomiting blood was a typical symptom. At the same time that everyone was shocked, many people started to rejoice. Fortunately, they were only using ordinary flying swords and not natal magic treasures. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as these unlucky fellows. However, it was too early for everyone to be happy. Corroding the flying sword was only the first step of the black fog. It was the most basic power, and the best part was yet to come. All the people who had launched the attack at the beginning seemed to have been suddenly bewitched. They all stood still on the spot with strange expressions on their faces, and they unconsciously showed a strange state. All the flying swords were controlled by divine consciousness. When divine consciousness came into contact with the Nine Serenities flying sword, it created a channel for the devil chi to invade. In just a few breaths, the devil chi began to affect all the people who had launched the attack. The power of the devil chi that Yang Qin couldn't bear was simply like a natural nemesis to these disciples of the demon sect. Many old devils of the Mahayana stage trembled with fear after many years of experience in the demon continent, and their faces changed at the smell of the devil chi. How could these guys who lived like princes in their own sect bear it? Even if Yang Chen had sealed more than 90% of the power of the Nine Serenities flying sword, these guys still couldn't bear it. The invasion of the devil chi immediately triggered the inner demons. The cultivation of the demon sect was born from the inner demons. This time it was like a fuse was lit. Dozens of demon sect masters stayed in place and began to shake constantly. It was estimated that since the establishment of the Wuji Demon School sect until now, there had never been such a spectacular scene of dozens of masters suffering from chi deviation at the same time. In the face of such a scene, everyone who witnessed all this had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of powerful weapon was this? It could be so terrifying. With so many people being triggered at the same time, Yang Chen's black fog was simply the natural nemesis of the disciples of the demon sect.